There's a language that emerges when a civilization nears a transformational moment. It's cold, analytical, like the circuitry beneath reality is waking up for the first time in eons. Welcome to Hidden America, where magic meets cybernetics and the code behind reality reveals itself. Insiders at Palantir Technology, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp's dystopian reality engine describe their work as plumbing. You heard that correctly, plumbing. And today, we decode the technological plumbers of the new eon. Part 1, from fragmentation to totality. At first, plumbing sounds harmless, almost boring. Plumbing is the kind of thing people only think about when it breaks. It hides beneath walls, beneath floors, under streets, inside institutions, moving things from one place to another without drawing attention to itself. That is exactly why the metaphor matters. Plumbing connects what was previously separate. It controls the flow of water, of waste. It makes circulation possible in homes, businesses, government buildings, military bases, hospitals, banks, and the data centers that pollute the waters beneath them. Plumbing is the hidden system that allows the visible system to function. It carries clean water in, waste out, and keeps the whole structure alive through a network most people never see. It is the underlying system of circulation, and in Palantir's case, what flows through the pipes is not water, it is information, scattered data sets, fragmented identities, surveillance streams, financial records, biometric signatures, behavioral markers, health records, supply chains, military intelligence, municipal systems, and most importantly, social patterns are all pulled into a unified architecture where they can be indexed, examined, cross-referenced, and acted upon in real time. This is not simply software nor code. What Palantir is constructing is closer to a totalizing cognitive system, a machine designed to know. At a technical level, Palantir's AI database platforms like Gotham and Foundry make incompatible systems interoperable. They take institutions that can't speak to each other and force them into a shared language. They collapse silos. They remove friction between databases. They turn fragmented reality into a continuous field of visibility. Through a Landian lens, this is where the real significance appears. Nick Land's accelerationist framework suggests that technological systems are not simply tools waiting for human instructions. They are processes with their own momentum, using markets, governments, wars, crises, and ideologies as fuel for their own emergence. Capital, computation, and intelligence begins to converge into an autonomous trajectory, an inhuman vector pushing towards greater speed, greater integration, greater abstraction, and greater control. To land, the singularity isn't a future event. It's already here. Palantir is not outside that process. It is one of the most refined instruments. Acceleration requires all integration above all else. Because fragmented systems move slowly, disconnected systems produce uncertainty. Unstructured information creates delay. The more everything is connected, the faster the system can perceive, decide, and act. That is what plumbing really achieves. It eliminates informational entropy. The system is designed to continuously grow and remove friction when necessary. And this is all by design, one grand, unified, autonomous system. Land called it the technological singularity. But to understand the deeper current, you have to look at Peter Thiel, not just as a flamboyant venture capitalist, but as a thinker shaped by ancient eschatology. Thiel's intellectual orbit includes Rene Girard, mimetic theory, Christian apocalyptic thought, and a long-standing fascination with the figure of the Antichrist. The important thing here is that the Antichrist, in the more stern theological readings, does not arrive as chaos. He arrives as order, albeit false order. He appears as resolution, as unity, as the one who ends conflict by absorbing everything into a single structure, a single grand unified system. Viewed technologically from Taylor's perspective, that structure begins to look familiar. A unified data layer, an AI database to track all citizens at all time, total visibility, predictive governance, pre-crime, algorithmic judgment. Conflict does not disappear because humanity has become wise. Conflict disappears because every variable has been brought inside the machine. Checkmate. Part 2, the Technological Republic. And this is where Palantir CEO Alex Karp's 22-point manifesto comes into the picture. Originally drawn from the vision he presented in his 2025 book, The Technological Republic, Hard Power, Soft Belief in the Future of the West. On the surface, it reads like a patriotic policy statement about defense, national renewal, civic obligation, artificial intelligence, and the future of the West. But structurally, it reads like something far more revealing. It reads like the operating logic of the new regime describing itself. Karp's 22-point manifesto begins with the claim that Silicon Valley owes a moral debt to the country that made its rise possible. That one statement already marks a class transition. The technocrat is no longer merely a builder. The founder is no longer merely an entrepreneur. And the software company is no longer merely a private business. The technological elite is being summoned into the role of the governing class. The old priesthoods were religious, then political, then bureaucratic. Now the priesthood becomes computational. This is why Karps later claimed that public servants need not be our priests lands with such strange irony. The priestly function has not disappeared. It has migrated. The new priest does not wear vestments or hold elected office. He writes code. He builds platforms. He integrates systems and decides what kind of reality can be seen by the institutions that govern. Then comes point number 2, the rebellion against the tyranny of the apps. At first glance, this sounds like a critique of shallow consumer technology, the infinite scroll, the dopamine economy, the reduction of human possibility to little glowing squares on a screen, each of us with our own scrying mirror in our pocket. But underneath that language is a deeper admission. Apps are not just convenience. Apps are controlled behavioral environments, limited hangouts owned by the technological wizards of Silicon Valley. Whoever controls them controls speech, visibility of information, distribution, narrative legitimacy, social coordination, commercial access, and increasingly the limits of public life itself. The control of apps means the control of critics, not always through pure censorship, but through visibility, ranking, demonetization, shadow banning, search suppression, and the quiet architecture of attention. In the old world, silencing a critic required force. In the app world, it can be accomplished by making someone harder to find, harder to fund, harder to share, harder to verify, and harder to trust, or straight up locked out. This is the first steps of an official social credit system, the arrival of the beast system disguised in code. So when Karp's manifesto speaks of escaping the tyranny of the apps, the question is escape into what? Because the answer is not a return to freedom. The answer appears to be a more disciplined technological order, one aligned with national security, hard power, and state objectives. A chaotic consumer internet must crumble so a more strategic infrastructure can be installed. This is the beginning of the end of nations as we have understood them. The nation does not disappear overnight. It remains on the flag, in the anthem, in the speeches, in the emotional vocabulary of belonging. But the real center of gravity shifts. Sovereignty becomes less territorial and more informational. The border still matters, but the database matters more. The law still exists, but the platform increasingly determines what can be enforced, predicted, prevented, amplified, or erased. Hobbes points about hard power being built on software, AI weapons being inevitable, and the atomic age giving way to AI deterrence form a single arc. The 20th century was defined by control over matter. The 21st century is defined by control over information. Nuclear deterrence threatened destruction after an enemy acted. AI deterrence moves earlier in the chain. It predicts, preempts, models, simulates, and intervenes before the event fully forms. War dissolves into the network. The battlefield becomes continuous. The civilian sphere, the economic sphere, the informational sphere, and the psychological sphere become extensions of strategic conflict. When CARP calls for national service as a universal duty, the language appears civic, but the deeper structure is integration. A fully integrated system can't tolerate partial participation forever. Every individual becomes a node in the stability of the whole. Every person becomes a data source, a risk profile, a labor unit, a symbolic participant in national technological continuity. The old citizen belonged to a nation. The new citizen belongs to a system. When the manifesto says that if a Marine asks for a better rifle, we should build it, and the same goes for software, this is accelerationism in plain English. The feedback loop is simple: request, build, deploy, iterate. The machine does not pause to ask whether expansion itself has become the danger. It asks whether expansion is possible, whether competitors are doing it, whether delay creates vulnerability, whether refusal means defeat. Once that logic governs, the brakes have already failed. Part 3: The Jungian Layer of the Machine. The moral structure of the manifesto appears most clearly in its claims about America itself. No country, it says, has advanced progress values more. America power, it says, made possible along peace. These are not just historical claims. They function as mythic stabilizers. They transform power into virtue and expansion into obligation. If the system is inherently benevolent, then resistance to the system becomes ignorance, regression, or threat. This is where Carl Jung's insights become unavoidable. Jung warned that a collective ego, once inflated, begins to mistake its own shadow for the evil of the other. The nation becomes the self, whole and chosen. Its enemy becomes the shadow, externalized and simplified. Silicon Valley becomes the hero archetype, summoned by destiny to wield the tools that ordinary politics is too weak to handle. This is myth disguised as policy. The manifesto's certainty is what gives it away. It is certain about which cultures build and which cultures regress. It is certain about the need to undo the post-war restraints placed on Germany and Japan. It is certain that the atomic age is ending and the AI age is beginning. It is certain that Silicon Valley must help address violent crime. It is certain that public life has become too cautious, too unforgiving, too psychologically inward, too intolerant of religious belief, too committed to hollow pluralism. Wherever the text becomes most certain, the shadow is nearby. The point about undoing the post-war neutering of Germany and Japan is especially revealing because post-war restraint was not accidental. It was a civilizational break installed after catastrophe. To call those restraints theatrical or excessive is to signal that the accelerationist machine has grown impatient with the architecture built to prevent the recurrence. Limits become weakness, memory becomes drag, restraint becomes decadence. The points about market failure and violent crime push the argument even further. When the manifesto praises those who build where the market has failed and then insists that Silicon Valley must play a role in addressing violent crime, the boundary between private infrastructure and sovereign authority begins to dissolve. Crime becomes a data problem. Policing becomes prediction. Justice becomes pattern recognition. Governance becomes systems management. This is the state becoming software. And at the same time, the manifesto complains that the ruthless exposure of private lives drives talent away from government, while also condemning caution in public life as corrosive. This reveals one of the core contradictions of the emerging order. The system demands transparency from below and obscurity from above. The population must become legible, traceable, searchable, and accountable, while the architects of the system ask to be shielded from the consequences of visibility. Visibility flows downward, obscurity flows upward. That is the architecture of control. The final movement of the manifesto is cultural and metaphysical. The resistance to religious intolerance, the claim that some cultures are regressive, and the rejection of vacant pluralism all lead to the same question: inclusion into what? This is the key line. It sounds like a challenge to liberal vagueness, but it also reveals the deeper ambitions of the technological republic. The system is no longer content to integrate data. It wants to define meaning. Once a system controls the infrastructure of perception, the channels of speech, the tools of war, the mechanisms of policing, the boundaries of citizenship, and the criteria of cultural legitimacy, it no longer needs to conquer the nation state from outside. It inhabits it from within. The nation becomes an interface. The flag becomes a skin over deeper machinery. The government becomes an administrative layer wrapped around data infrastructure. AI systems, defense platforms, payment rails, identity networks, and predictive engines. Sovereignty migrates from land to legibility. And once sovereignty migrates from land to legibility, what emerges is no longer merely political or psychological, but something far older, a force that does not conquer the world, but crystallizes it into a system. Part 4, the harmonic inversion. And this is where it gets a little uncomfortable, because until now, everything was a setup. What happens next is what the system is actually building toward. And once you clearly see it, you can't unsee it. But that's part 4 and part 5. I'm not putting that on YouTube. You can find that on Patreon. Links are in the description. Until then, watch what's happening a little closer around you, because the system doesn't announce itself. It just integrates you.
Modern feminism is literally satanic. Witchcraft is the fastest growing religion, especially among Gen Z women in America. Female creators on TikTok will show you how to make a ritual out of your abortion.
Growing up with a conservative father and a Marxist feminist mother, she was raised with two competing visions of what a woman was actually supposed to be.
My mom's view was everybody deserves, you only don't have because someone else has. My dad would explain things are based on merit. You kind of start having to learn to think things through and try to figure out, well, which one is correct?
Now a Christian mother of 5, she spent the last few years uncovering the dark origins of the feminist movement, connecting it to demon worship, seances, and CIA sex cults.
You're Gen Z, right?
Yes.
Do you know that almost a third of your generation was aborted? Abortion is a ritual sacrament for them.
In this episode, we'll explore why she believes modern women are unhappier than ever, expose the dark rituals that shaped feminism in America, and question if this movement that promised women freedom was actually a spiritual trap designed by the devil.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton said that if she could get rid of the Bible and Christianity altogether, wipe it from the face of the earth, that would be the best thing. But she said it's the most widely published and most influential book on the planet. So the second best thing we can do is
Rachel Wilson, welcome to the Jagno podcast.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Rachel, the average American woman is the most educated, most financially independent, and most free woman in human history. She's also the loneliest, most depressed, and least likely to have kids. Why do you think women are so unhappy in 2026?
That's the million-dollar question. There's actually been 2 large-scale studies done trying to answer that question. I think the first came out in 2009. It was called The Paradox of Declining Female Happiness. And in this study, the authors in their summary said that women have reported, this is based on women's surveys when you're asking women their opinion on how they are doing in life, how they feel about things. They're reporting higher levels of unhappiness, like you said, loneliness, depression, than ever before. So if we go back to the 70s, which is arguably kind of the tipping point where feminism became the dominant ethos. If you go back to the early 70s where they asked women these questions, they largely reported being pretty content. And now in the 2000s, we have 26% of all American women on at least one psychiatric drug. We have higher rates of fetal alcohol syndrome and alcoholism among women than we've ever recorded before. And women just overall reporting dissatisfaction, unhappiness, a feeling of being really torn, trying to have it all, trying to have a career and be a career woman and also have a family and do all of that. Women don't know what to do with relationships because on the one hand, they want men who make more than they do. They want men who are higher achieving than they are, yet this creates a paradox, whereas women have become the number one earners of college degrees. They have now got salaries that compete with men, and they've got more equality than ever before. They're finding that the men are not suitable to marry. They're finding that, they just can't find a guy who's on their level or higher, which is what they really want. So we've created like a paradox where by giving women everything that at least feminism told us they wanted, which was full equality, independence from men so that we could choose a husband based on, who we love and not who we need, that this would make women happier. And we're finding ourselves in a position where women are reporting the highest levels of unhappiness ever. They're actually even 3 times more likely than men now to have common mental health issues. Women have always been more prone to mental health issues than men since we started tracking that, but it's gone up. It's gotten worse. The disparity has grown. Women are finding themselves in a conundrum where they've got all the things that they were told would make them happy, and they're finding that they're more dissatisfied than ever. And what often happens, you'll see these viral clips on the internet of women in their 30s and 40s, sitting alone in their car crying, saying, I did all the things I was supposed to do. I followed the prescription and I'm unhappy. I'm stressed out. I'm alone. I can't find a husband. I won't have a family. Am I going to die by myself? What did I do? I can't go back. So for me, it's a really tragic thing for women.
So you would boil it down to women are unhappy because they're lonely, because they're not getting married and they're not having kids.
I think that's a big part of it. And I think it's also, we put so much pressure and responsibility on women to do it all, be it all, and have it all. I really experienced a lot of that myself in my early 20s. So after I got through K through 12 high school, I was always a smart kid. I was always in like advanced classes preparing for college. I was given the message that you're definitely going to college. You know, you've got to go. You're too smart. You can't waste your intellectual capacity by not going to school and having an important job. That's what you're going to do, like from kindergarten on. And by the time I got done with 12th grade, I thought, I think I just want to get married and have kids. Like, I really just want to marry my boyfriend, start a family, and be a mom. Like, that's what I want to do. And maybe someday if I want to have a career, I can do that later. People thought I was insane. Everybody around me, my parents, my friends, pretty much everyone around me just thought that was totally nuts. Like, what? You're not going to go to college? You have a full ride scholarship and you're not going to take it? You're going to regret it. It's going to be terrible. Your life's going to be over. So it was like, what do I do here? Because what if I want to be a mom and have kids? Like, I want to raise them myself. How am I going to do that if I'm gone 40 to 50 hours a week? Especially if I get a career that's like very demanding. Like if I want to be a doctor or something, where does that leave room for raising my kids? I'm going to have to outsource that to someone else. And I didn't like that idea. And when I said, I thought that was kind of silly and inefficient, I thought, isn't that silly? I'm having children and I'm going to pay some other stranger who isn't their mother, maybe $12 an hour or something, to spend all day with them. And I might get to see them for a couple hours at night and on the weekend. And that's it.
And meanwhile, they're not even with their kids.
Exactly. So I thought, we're all just It's like we're playing musical chairs with the children. And it's like, well, you raise mine so that I can go to work. And then someone else will raise yours so that you can go to work watching my kids. And when I said, I think that seems silly. Who came up with this system? It sounds terrible to me. It was like I was challenging this deeply held dogma, this like preciously held dogma that like, well, you don't want to be enslaved, do you? And I was like, I don't know that going to work for a corporation and having to pay half of what I make to have someone else raise my kids, I don't know, that kind of sounds a little bit like slavery to me more than having a family. But there was just this idea that if I didn't have my own money and my own career, the only guy who was going to be interested was someone who wanted to take advantage of me and hurt me and wanted me to be vulnerable and not able to escape.
You kind of gave the most important part of your backstory to understand why you view feminism the way you do. But I want to know about your parents and your childhood. Like, what's the most important part of your childhood that shaped maybe why you chose to write your book and some of your views today?
When I was 9 years old, my parents got divorced. And, my dad sat us down and explained that my mom had found somebody new. She was going to divorce him, and that he had to move out. And I remember asking him, wait, if mom got a boyfriend, you're not supposed to do that. That's against the rules. Why do you have to leave? That doesn't make sense. And my dad kind of got like tears in his eyes. And then I told him, I remember saying, I have a lump in my throat. It kind of hurts right here. And then he just kind of lost it. And my mother really didn't want to explain. It was just like, Dad's got to go. And this other guy's going to move in. And that was kind of like the beginning of everything changing for me and my sister. And I remember thinking, and I had people like adults in my life when I would ask, one of my mom's friends was babysitting. And
I think a big reason you decided to write this book was trying to maybe understand what could have led to the society that shaped her views.
Oh, definitely. And I wrote it with the idea in mind that I have 4 daughters and I hope to have a lot of grandkids. If the Lord grants me that, I would be so happy. And I wanted to make sense of the world. Like you said, what kind of society shapes a woman the way that it did my mother and so many other women like her. Like if you look at the popular culture, you look at things like Sex and the City, you look at every pop star, like Sabrina Carpenter right now is making a multi-million-dollar a year industry off of cute little man-hating songs and things like this, And I was trying to make sense of how did we get here? Because my mom wasn't around a lot growing up because of all her issues. I would get sent to my grandparents' house all the time. And so I grew up mostly with my grandmas. And one of them just turned 100 on April 1st. And she was probably the most influential person on me. And again, got a totally different view of the world from her than I did from my mother. And she was much more traditional and a very like practical, hardworking lady. Not political at all. Grandma didn't care about politics. She wasn't talking about politics. She was worried about, getting the house cleaned, cooking dinner, taking care of the grandkids, those sort of things. And I feel like the world she grew up in was so different from the one that created my mother and from the one that shaped me. Almost everybody today kind of looks around and we all know that like something's off. Something's not working. Men and women are kind of pitted against each other and we have these dating apps and like nobody's happy and nobody's having kids and nobody knows what to do about it. And everybody knows that something is wrong or something is off, but nobody really knows what it is. And it's right in our face. But because we're swimming in feminist waters, just like a fish doesn't know it's swimming in water, we don't realize that that's what it is. And that's why I was like, I've really got to write a book because I feel like I could explain, now that I have done so much research and read so much history. I spent years reading early feminist writings, going back to Mary Wollstonecraft or even before, which is something nobody does unless you're going to college for gender studies. And then, of course, you're going to read it through the lens of feminism was wonderful and it's awesome and it's great. But me reading it through more of a skeptical lens of like, I just want to know what happened. I hadn't even decided that it was evil or satanic. I didn't know any of that. I was just like, I want to know what happened. I'm curious.
Not what she wrote, but who is this person that wrote this and why did they write it and who funded it and who made it popular?
Yeah. Why did somebody like Mary Wollstonecraft in the late 1700s at the height of the Revolutionary period, why did she write Vindication of the Rights of Woman, which is like the first big feminist publication? The kind of the thing that started it all. Why did she write that? Like, what was going on in her life? What was the society like around her? What things prompted her to want to write such a thing? How did people respond to it? So I spent years reading that stuff. And then once I felt like, okay, I've got like a really clear picture on what I think happened, I want to write a book. And I really thought it would be for my kids and for my grandkids. I never thought it would blow up and become like a bestseller. I just wanted to help them, like as my daughters are growing up and they're deciding, do I want to start a family? Do I want to have a career? Like, which way do I want to go? I just wanted them to know the truth. This is my big thing with feminism is that if this is a movement for women, if it's for me, if it's for my daughters and it's for our benefit, we should know the truth about it. We should know the truth about how it came about, who pushed it to the forefront, who paid to push it to the forefront, why there needed to be a century and billions of dollars worth of propaganda, why the CIA had to get involved to create things like Ms. Magazine to push this stuff on the culture. Like, we should know that as women. If we are the benefactors of feminism, you could at least tell us the truth. I think it's very patronizing to say, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Just you don't want to be stuck in a bad marriage, do you? Don't you want your own money? So that's why I wrote the book, because I just feel like women deserve the truth about it.
Rachel, when most people think about how feminism actually started, they maybe think of early 1900s, women marching, figures like Susan B. Anthony, the suffragettes. But your book says feminism started thousands of years earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, really quick, do you have a 401k, a Roth IRA, or happen to have a lot of money in crypto? Because you're definitely going to want to hear about this. See, the biggest supporters of this podcast right now are the guys over at I Trust Capital. And when they first reached out to me and explained what they did, it literally sounded like a cheat code. See, with their platform, you can convert your existing 401k or Roth IRA into one that lets you buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, and over 80 cryptocurrencies while maintaining the same tax-saving benefits. Now, of course, you can start a new IRA with them if you're bullish on Bitcoin and want to save on taxes if you ever decide to cash out. But if you're someone who already has a lot of crypto and you're worried about it getting hacked or stolen, iTrust also offers a PCA account, which is institutional grade level custody, meaning your assets are fully insured, ultra secure, and never sitting on any risky exchanges. So if you guys want to get access, just go to jackneil.com/iTrust or scan the QR code on screen. Again, that is jackneil.com/iTrust, or hit the first link in the description for an easy $100 bonus. But anyway, back to the podcast. So where does the real story of feminism actually start?
At the beginning of humanity. Of course, I'm a Christian, so I'm going to look at things through my Christian lens. But even if you're not, let's say you're a secularist, you don't care about the religious part. Clearly, nature has a hierarchy. Men are physically stronger, physically bigger than women are. And that's why through all of history, until technology made it possible to have feminism, like if you're wondering, why did we never have this feminism stuff? Why didn't it take over until the last 150 years? It's because we needed an industrial revolution and then a technological revolution to create a world where women could be equal, meaning women can go out and earn a living just like a man. They can drive on roads that were built by men, in a car that was built by men and is maintained by men, to an office building that men built with an electrical power structure and telecommunications that are all built and maintained by men. And they can sit at a computer and have a job and say, I'm equal with men and I'm the same as men. 200-300 years ago, there was no such thing. If you were on a farmstead working alongside your husband, sure, you worked. You got up and you took care of the children, you milked the cows, you churned the butter, you did all of the, domestic agricultural stuff. But you knew that you couldn't, take giant steel beams and move them like your husband and his friends could. You knew that the barn raising was done by the men because that stuff's heavy and you have to be big and strong in order to move, big, heavy things and do heavy, dangerous work. So there wasn't this idea that like men and women are inherently equal. And when I say equal, I don't mean in value in the eyes of God or in value in the eyes of people even. It's more just that it's very clear that there's a biologically based difference between men and women, and each have their own responsibilities, their own burdens, their own roles to play, because we are not interchangeable widgets. Now that we have technology, everybody thinks we are. So I went back. I thought it was going to start around Mary Wollstonecraft. And then as I went further back, I realized there were women like Christine de Pizan, who was a writer for the French court in the 1500s. She was actually Italian, but became a prominent writer and worked for the French aristocracy and made her own money, became published. And she even wrote a lot about, why she thought we should push women to a higher station in society and things like that. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. That's a little earlier. And I kept kind of working my way back. And you realize that from the beginning of humanity, whether you think that's in the Garden of Eden or whether you think that's in ancient Mesopotamia, there's always been this hierarchical balance of men having a monopoly on physical force and women having a monopoly on reproduction and who gets to reproduce. What do I mean by that? If you look at genetic studies, each of us alive today has twice as many female ancestors as we have male ancestors. And the reason for that is because as a woman, all you need to do to, reproduce and make a genetic copy of yourself is be fertile. And some man is going to come along and he's going to fertilize you, right? That's really all you have to do. For men, it's never been like that. You've always had to either be able to compete and dominate with other men by force or by having more resources or more wealth or status than them. You had to have, either had to take a war bride or get permission from a woman's father in ancient times in order to reproduce. And a lot of men died before they got the chance to do that, whether in war or by doing dangerous work, things like that. So there's always been this kind of hierarchy. And what feminism did was it said, we're going to try to equalize that. We're going to try to equalize the hierarchy. We're going to try to
It's
You're
okay.
demanding that I be open-minded about your topic.
No, dude. Nobody demanded. Nobody
There's no
demanded.
audio, Neuro,
No.
on your side.
Nobody demanded, dude. Maybe you're projecting. Nobody demanded. Are you demanding? I don't think you are.
You're offended that I to accept your conspiracies.
I'm not offended. Dude, the last thing I am right now is offended.
Are you
And they're
sure?
not
Maybe
mine.
you're
They're not mine.
projecting.
Dude,
Maybe
no.
you're projecting. You say I'm projecting, but it's actually you.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think
I didn't accuse you of
philosophy.
projecting.
I think philosophy should be placed above like the minor differences. Would you agree with these two statements that the technological industrial system creates the very complications it claims it can solve? That's the first statement. And the technological industrial system is using man to evolve, and no one is in full control. So it's like, would you agree with those two statements?
I would disagree about the second statement. What was the first statement?
The technological industrial system creates the very complications it claims it can solve. It just creates the complications it claims it can solve.
It's a bit too wordy. Not sure what that means.
It creates the problems, and then it generates the problems, and then it says that it can solve the problems that it generated itself.
Yeah, I think the concept of a problem is subjective. Like example, how do we take care of all the boomer old people? Well, in the past, they would have just died. That is a new problem that people in the past did not consider a problem.
I mean, if you take it more in a, I don't know, like I think the loss of human autonomy, but also stuff like soil erosion from intensive agriculture, or like I don't know, pollutants and non-biodegradable waste. Those are problems it's created. Then it tries to solve those problems within the system. You know what I mean? So
Technically, I think most of those problems were occurring before industrial society, but okay.
not really. You didn't have stuff like non-biodegradable waste. You didn't really have that.
Well, you said soil erosion.
Yeah, soil
There is
erosion.
soil erosion in Africa, and that's mostly due to grazing in the Sahara Desert.
That's true, but I would say that it's drastically exasperated now. Like it gets out of hand. Like monocultures and fertilizers. They lead to soil erosion.
Sure.
Yeah, it just makes it more intense. So like like other nuclear accidents like Chernobyl or Fukushima or whatever. It's fresh water scarcity is a big problem in a lot of areas, and sure.
We can stop ourselves from killing ourselves.
Yeah, I would say. Mhm. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll respond. I broke down my views into three premises. Technically, everything after the first premise is just based on my own attachments. But the first premise, if you look at that, I think the only way you can truly help others or help yourself is in a local communal sense. But that's the reason why Rockefellers or other technicians or technocratic elites, their number one goal was atomization a breakdown of extended family into nuclear family. Now they're attacking the nuclear family because they don't want local communities, because the system, it doesn't want people to have local communities. But when you think about it, human beings, our brains, our minds, we were all adapted for local communities. So how the hell are we losing such basic things, more and more, So yeah, I said that's crazy, yeah, because we don't really live in a local communal sense anymore. Like food exports, imports, like, it's not good to depend on food being exported from elsewhere for your survival. You know what I mean? It's for your people, so your groups. You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Yeah, they won't be able to hear you, by the way. So.
Yeah, I would say that without the technology, they couldn't even do it in the first place. Like facilitate the, like the supply chains and the food exports and imports. It requires technology. It's like in order to like have something that large scale in the first place. Without the technology, you can't have stuff like, I don't know, like them like cutting down like tons of Amazon and then exporting food that you can eat out of season. That's not normal. Human beings were meant to be local, and like they're not really meant to be that, you know, intertwined and entwined and like a large scale network that's facilitated by technology. The domestic cat is not really a wild animal the way, it's not normal for, I don't really think wild animals on average they like really torture their prey. That's more due to inexperience. They tend to, they're trying to survive, so they go for swift kills, most animals, but sometimes they don't succeed in the swift kill. It's not really like torture and stuff, like torture is different. Torture is, Schopenhauer talked about that too and stuff. Like I think torture is more unique to humans. Like some people are sadistic and they take glee and prolonging the suffering of other humans or other beings. So yeah, that's more unique to humans as a whole. I think. I mean, some humans, but you don't really see that with creatures that are endemic, native to the wildlife. Because if you were to kill all the deer or all your prey, then your own population will suffer. There's a kind of equilibrium going on. You see what I mean? I'll argue that on a deeper level, humans hurt themselves the most because it's not us, it's not the system that is adapting to us. It's the us being, forced to adapt to the system that is very artificial and anti-life and destroys local communities and it destroys human autonomy. Like like initially the iPhone or the smartphone was optional, right? And then over time, it became expected to have the smartphone. And now they're spying on you and gathering data and making predictive models and stuff. Yeah, I also don't agree from an ecological perspective that we're living in equilibrium with technology. I think it's highly unsustainable too. It's like it consumes a lot of resources and it produces a lot of waste and pollutants and non-biodegradable waste. If you look at the conservation issues, you can fill thousands of books, hundreds of books, on all of the conservation issues.
Canada is an expert in doing this. Canada. You're aware of the MAID program? I think it's MAID. Assisted suicide. It's been legal in Canada for like 4 years. More people are assisted suicide than die naturally in Canada now. Yeah, so it's very easy to convince people to kill themselves. I'm not saying that should happen. I'm just saying it's very easy to do.
I would say the primary problem is technological growth. That's the primary problem. Everything else is secondary to that. But there's a lot of secondary stuff, lots of symptoms, lots of secondary. I would say that you have to pay attention to the milestones, the epochs. Like we went from mechanical clock to steam engine to like the fossil fuels or whatever. And also then digital information age. People like Klaus Schwab, they're right when they say we're on the precipice of a fourth industrial revolution. It will get worse then.
Why would they need to do that? People are already not having kids.
I mean, let me think
How do
here.
you accelerate 0 to under 0? I'm not really arguing. I'm just telling you, your fears have already manifested. It's already happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care if people have kids or not. I see personally, like I see more of an issue with the technological growth, and also the way that we're living now is nothing like most of human history. Like, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Of course you can.
Well, yeah, maybe you can, yeah. Yeah.
How many Viet Cong do you think were fighting the Americans? Who's pushing the AI? Are you sure it's not all the gay Jews? And where do these gay Jews live? I'm just saying, it doesn't take that many people to resist against the system and win. Realism is subjective. What you think is real is different from another person what think is real. If you're talking about winning a war, the assumptions are near infinite. You don't know until you start the war. Have you read Industrial Society? In Industrial Society, he says it might collapse, it may not collapse. He says it in the first or second paragraph.
Yeah, that is right.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you get very deep into this stuff, uh, it does kind of make you want to go more deeply into metaphysics and stuff. Which is interesting because I like that aspect of TML show. He really got deep into Parmenides and Hegel, and I do think, no, Parmenides and Heraclitus. I do think there is a modern bias towards Heraclitus, in like academia and other stuff. I think Parmenides is a bit more spiritual in some sense, and in a way, it also is like a spiritual antidote to the more endless obsession with growth and movement and locomotion we have nowadays, stuff like that. Then you see that, from Heraclitus, you went to Aristotle. From Aristotle, you went to Hegel, and then Hegel to Desjardins. You see that there's like a whole philosophy that has metaphysical presuppositions to these profane times, these times of endless technological growth and expansion. That's a more interesting. That's an interesting angle to approach things to. I think that I don't think.
Why do you think we're promoting genocide?
I think he's specifically talking about Buddha. Yeah, because this is a long discussion, like where Buddha had a sort of trajectory in his views where he became anti-human, and then he's
Oh.
affirmed that. Yeah, but yeah.
Very Buddhist.
Yeah, yeah, but well, you see, like maybe I was, like I was tying a lot of different stuff together, but like, I have different areas. Maybe they're not as well connected as I think. But the question I was asking is, can Buddhas of non-human organisms arise? Like, let's say hypothetically, mankind were to vanish to then like 1 billion years. We have Buddha elephant or Buddha crow or something. That's my area of focus, and driving species to extinction. I'm very much against that. But that's what's happening a lot now. Like 40% of primates are threatened with extinction. At least 30% of birds have vanished in the USA within just a few decades. You believe that? And I like Pentelocola also. I don't agree with Pentelocola on everything, but I agree with him that driving species to extinction, destroying wild nature. You see, there's such a thing as hunting in a more sustainable manner. Like like let's say you have Eskimos and they're eating whales and dolphins, or whatever. I don't have anything against that, but the problem is when you give them the technology and they have more efficient ways of doing it and their population booms, then it could potentially become a problem. And especially because of the maritime activities, it causes the whales and dolphins to go crazy and then they beach, what I mean? Because of maritime sonar activity and other stuff like that. I personally I would never eat a whale or a dolphin, but I'm saying that it's different for like, pre-industrial low tech man who is like an Eskimo or something. It's different. The condition. This is why I don't like vegans. They don't see the bigger picture. The bigger picture is the technological growth that is leading to all these problems in the first place. Now you're asking me about my value judgment on humanity. Okay, that's more of a preference thing. That's more subjective. I don't, I don't, I don't want to harm any people. I'm not a sadist. I don't like harming people, harming innocent people. But the idea of mankind going extinct, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, yeah, I get what you're saying. But I'm not trying to convince. Actually, I'm not trying to. It's not like I'm wanting to convince other people. It's that you see, the first two premises of my views, or the second premise, is very important to consider. But the third one is more like the kind of spiritual and artistic exercise that can make people more enchanted in a certain way that go beyond this temporary form or something like that. I believe in rebirth. I mean. So it's just my own artistic philosophical project. It's philosophical. It's Thais anti-tech philosophy. Buddhist philosophy. The third one, yeah. Yeah, Giorgiani is a glowy, he's working for yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, uh, I'm not against what Pinoid is doing. I actually do lean more towards
No,
dark works, cynicism, if I'm gonna be honest, but at the same time, you gotta do what Pinoid is doing, even if you fail or if it's futile in the end. But it's just you see what I'm trying to say. There's a tension there, but I see where I kind of lean towards the cynicism of Dark Lord. But it's like Camus. I think Camus' philosophy has some validity to it. Like, let's say, shit will hit the fan, and it's futile, but you still do what's good. You don't like, uh, you don't like, give up or whatever. It's an absurd situation in the first place. I mean, just think about how absurd all of this is. In the modern world we're living in. Read like the past, I don't know, 3,000 years of history, or whatever. This is like really an anomaly, and it's creating so many new problems, and we're losing autonomy and other stuff. Not many people think about it. Like they go walk in a facility and they hear a weird air conditioning noise and they go,
can't you can't force it.
You can absolutely force it, but not arguing for that yet.
yeah, I mean,
I mean, you can't force anybody to understand a problem.
Technically, you
Like
can,
you,
but yeah.
you're just. I mean, I don't think that's what Neuro's saying, but he's like, based on the knowledge that we know, this is how we could go spread a message or whatever. It's still, I think that's valuable, but like, yeah, I don't know. Like waking people up to something they don't see as a problem.
Are you guys aware of vanguard ideologicalism?
you're talking about the investment firm Vanguard that's connected to
No,
BlackRock
not
and stuff.
not that vanguard.
Oh, no.
As in like Bolshevikism, Lenin.
oh yeah, I'm aware.
Okay, so basically, Lenin believes that the people are too stupid to understand communism and accept communism. So there has to be a vanguard group of, in a limited number, to direct communism. And this is basically how any government works, not just the communists. You know, The people who were Nazis in Germany were a minority of Germans. The people who control Iran are a minority of the whole Iranian population.
Yeah, can I add something that, about think tanks? Most of the policy decision making is already planned out in advance by think tanks, and a lot of, like representatives, they're just like following directives or scripts made by the think tanks or something. I think so. In America, think tanks.
So all the ideas that rule you right now are not natural or not democratically decided. So your argument that our ideas are not the majority, all the ideas that rule you now are not the majority.
So effectively, we live in a technocracy already. Technocracy, I think it's like a rule by experts or think tanks or something.
I would say that is also a lie because Elon Musk does not know how a rocket ship works, yet he is in charge of the rocket.
Yeah,
But you,
better word is, I don't know, synarchy, or I don't know, oligarchy. I don't know what's a good word for that. So like the
I would
main
say
part is
scamarchy, a government controlled by scammers.
I love it. I'm 100% behind Scamarchy. That pretty much covers it.
Yep.
Through, I call it scientific dictatorship, though, but I still accept Scamarchy.
See, your naming makes it sound cool. My naming makes it sound like a scam. People
That's
like
true.
science, and some people like a dictatorship, but nobody likes scammers.
That's true. Yeah, Scamarchy's pretty strong, actually. Yeah, Scamarchy is the next biggest word. Like that's a good one to go with. I don't know, because I agree. Nobody likes scammers and schemers. Gematria, Scambala, instead of Shambhala. Scamlantis is one. Scam Scamaria. Scambalo. Wait. Scam. How do you say Babylonian? Scambalonian. Scam. Scamera. Scam.
Patron saint of third marriages.
Scamsterdam. Scam that. Scam Damascus. Scam
Scamology, the study of scamming. It's first grade, SpongeBob.
It's interesting that it has to do with Cam. I don't know.
So, Firestar, question for you. So, do you have general philosophical beliefs, or just curious, like, what are your general like philosophy of life and stuff like that? Just curious.
Anti-tech anarchoism.
Cool. Yeah, I agree with anti-tech philosophy. The primary cause of these issues is technological growth, and I could talk about it endlessly. TML show does a good job going into it in many different angles, like traditional decay or communal decay, loss of human autonomy, wild nature, stuff like that.
I believe lies are technology. Like I think that still fits. Like a lie is a technology that you could use. You know? You guys know what I'm saying. What would you say, Firestarter? Do you think lying is a technology since you're anti-tech?
Lying has been in humanity since the beginning.
But you don't think it's used as a technology, or you don't think it's used in technology?
Of course, it's used. We've had women for the beginning.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to say lying is a technology. Doesn't
You
make
don't think so?
No, it
It's like
doesn't.
saying hair is a technology.
Yeah, I know. It's like just
No, it's not saying
mixing up
hair. That's
definitions.
not saying no. It's not like saying hair is a technology.
Yo, my fingernails is some high-tech shit.
Oh, you're saying it's okay. So what's the problem with lying is a technology?
Because
Are you saying it's more of a
Because you just have
technique?
it.
the technology is
If
just
everybody has it at birth, it's not a technology.
when we say technology, we mean organization dependent technology. That's what it is. Like making a
Yeah,
refrigerator.
yeah.
Yeah, like
And lies help organizations form dependency.
Yeah, so does talking. Is talking a technology?
Yes, it is actually a technology. You didn't think so? I mean, I'm
You
presenting
have a
this
liberal
as
view of what a technology is.
I mean, look, why can't I just have an honest view and then your liberal labeling of me is your liberalism you have to deal with?
Liberal as in you consider more things technological than I do.
Oh, okay, well that's self-referential. I appreciate it, but that's what I'm trying to show you, the difference in like what is a technology. You're saying it's more broad. What I'm
Saying
saying
it's
is more
more concise.
broad.
You're
But
saying it's
you
more
can't
broad.
tell me how that's not used as how lying or talking, how are those not used as
People
technologies?
were lying before the Industrial Revolution. They were lying
Okay.
before the discovery of fire.
Okay. Like you are right now?
Am I lying?
I don't know. All right. All right. Yeah. Technology amplifies lies 100%. Maybe lying is technology is something that I'm trying to like.
I would say,
Okay.
what depends on the level of the definition, but you see, I would say that when referring to technology, it's ultimately, well, not ultimately, but it's material. The organization dependent technology is material, but what led towards it is like the philosophy of the tech. Is more like the genealogy of thought. Like
Okay.
Aristotle or whatever. And so
Does Yeah,
Is
sorry,
my
go ahead.
poop a technology?
I mean, if you want to come up with the crudest example,
No, it
to
is.
try to,
I can use
you're
it
just
as
trying to be,
fertilizer. It
you're trying to
literally
be a
is a
funny.
technology.
I feel like you're trying. My feeling technology is telling me that you are trying to be a funny guy.
Your feelings are
If you're,
technology now?
I was joking. See, this is what makes me think you're not like being.
Is God a technology? You have
All
not
right.
read Ted. You're making a bunch of shit
No, look,
that
you're
he
just
never said.
you're just you're coping with the fact that you're just being met with certain ideas you're not really ready to deal with. That's what's happening.
I mean, I think I think Firestarter is correct though, because when you constantly start messing around with definitions, makes people lose focus
See,
of what you're
now I'm
talking about.
messing, it's like no one's messing around, dude. Like that's what I
See
think
what I mean?
are you messing around and you're projecting it? Like
I mean, I mean, okay, I
well
guess
we
I should qualify it. I've
We'll say
qualified.
it's not a
Speaking about
technology.
organization-dependent technology, we're talking about that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so it is part of it. Language is part of organization, right?
Uh, uh, by organization-dependent technology in the material realm, the material
This is
realm.
why I don't like Lou. Is a concept
All
of
right.
technique is
All right.
trash.
Okay. Well, look, man, that's just your personal thought in this moment, and I'm
And I have
appreciative of
every
it.
right as an American.
Yeah, American, you know. So, but we're not discussing your own personal beliefs right now.
Wait, why? Why do you think that? They did. What are you talking about?
Okay.
If the
Go ahead.
Vietnam War was a war of aggression that came from America and France, that's what it was.
And now,
And hopefully all
I'm
that
living in
organization,
America and expressing my freedom of speech.
hopefully during that war, all that organization dependent technology like talking, hopefully all that stuff was like not a big factor in the technological scam, whatever you call it.
No,
It's not. Maybe, maybe, maybe there's a technical aspect to that. Yeah, there seems to be in. Yeah, I don't know.
See, the thing here is that that one has to be precise with one's definitions. I think that cause and effect, exists. In this world, cause and effect. Maybe some people will deny that, but they
No,
affect.
nobody denies that people should be clear in their definitions. So
bunch of homosexual, wishy-washy, humble jumble. What the fuck? You asked the grok?
what?
All right, all right. Right, we know. Tell it freedom is not a technology, and it will say, you're right. Freedom is not a technology. No,
No, it
no.
won't do that.
Ask
It won't
it
do
right
that.
now.
It won't do that.
The AI is programmed to agree with everything you say.
Oh, well then if he asks, is freedom a technology,
No,
and then
say
it
that
says
freedom is
no.
not a technology, and it has to agree.
Oh, we're supposed to agree.
Your opinions on language are subjective.
All right. Do you okay, I don't know. I think you and Buddha do not think that you don't think that language is a technology, but you think that symbols are technology. How is that possible?
Oh, see, this is
I'll just
semantics.
read this. Anyway,
I have
yes,
not said
language
that
is
symbols are
widely
technology.
considered a social and cognitive social and cognitive technology, often deemed humanity's first and most important one. It acts as a tool or method for storing, transmitting, and manipulating information, enhancing cooperation, and rewiring minds. It is an invented, evolving system used to fulfill the purpose of communication, acting as software for our brains. So is that not a technology?
No, I don't think so.
I
Oh,
would
well, you're just
say
retarded. Anyway.
I would say that it's semantics, what we're debating. I have like, because sometimes, we mean different things by the same word, because some words are what is called polysemous.
Okay. I'm willing to reach what you are saying, but yeah, go ahead.
Semantics, but I would say that I agree with, a little in regards to magic technique and other stuff, but when talking about technology from like the framework of Kaczynski, it's the material organization dependent technology. I mean, that's what he's talking about. But what's underlying
Material.
what led to it could be different. So, like it depends on how you like define the words and stuff like that. Like it's semantics.
So you think
Semantics.
like the microphone is a technology, but the words spoken into it aren't. That's what you
Yes.
think. Really?
It depends
I
on your
nailed it?
ontology. So it depends on your ontology.
You hit it on the
Okay,
nail.
cool.
No
You guys are
conspiracy involved.
okay. Yeah, interesting. Okay. So wouldn't oh god, dude, like I would just think like technology would be a way for you to interact with your environment. So speaking is one of those ways. Yeah.
That's way too broad.
Well, it does
Is it?
say one of the leading alternative views is that some argue it's not technology at all, but an intrinsic, innate human biological capability or a natural function rather than a consciously invented one. So you learn to speak before you learn to walk. Hear that?
Because you don't think humans are technology, but you think they're
What are you
technological.
talking about?
Do you believe humans are technology?
No, not really.
Okay, so then, but how are they technological?
What are you talking about? I never said that.
I'm asking, if a human is not technology, how
I
are
said
they
it's not.
technological?
Why are you demanding I explain why it is?
You said what isn't?
Yeah, I
If
would
I
say
say
that the
I said
problem
it's
is
not. No, negative.
What is not?
The opposite of what you said.
Well, some would argue that we are technology because we're self-modifying, we're tool making, and we're informational beings. We use tools to extend our biology and eventually merge with them. So wouldn't that make us technology?
So I've already let like some time pass. I guess they talked about how feminism actually started and ad break. Yeah.
Did you comment on any of it?
Wait, what?
Did you comment on any of it?
No, I have not. We can review it. We can rewind it. So
yeah, we could just go back to the beginning if we want to
Yeah.
comment on it, because my
Yeah.
commentary is going to be interspersed for sure.
Well, just the whole way that this is like extremely professionally edited is like,
Oh yeah, look at that. She looks
remarkable.
like what's that Rothschild lady that Emma or whatever? I don't know, man. This is
Yeah, it's pretty weird. It's like this is like extremely well edited, and this guy Jack McNeil, like he had a whole YouTube history, and then he disappeared, and then he's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna you're not gonna see any of my old content. I'm going in a new direction," and he got like major people like out of the blue. So he went from like just a solo YouTuber to like, oh, now he's getting all these different. So he definitely got like initiated, I would say, like let me just show you his channel really quick so you can see like the level of people that he's got on his show, because it is very. So he was the first person. He was basically the first person to like majorly promote interviewing Nick Fuentes. So
yeah, look at how one of her eyes is covered up here. You see that freeze frame? It's weird.
Yeah.
One eye is covered up.
Okay, so do you see his channel here? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
weird imagery.
Yeah, so you got the
skullduggery.
Yep. So he's got a 3.3 million subscribers, right? Okay, so
yeah.
He's got, so his number one pinned post is Alex Hormozy, the Iranian Jewish business, scam artist, in my opinion, guy, and then look, next three is Professor Jang, Rachel Wilson, and Fuentes. Clavicular, John Zerka, Shaolin Warrior, Myron Gaines.
Yeah, he might be funded by the same people that funded Uncensored America or whatever.
Yeah.
Looks like, because he's got all the same people in his front thing.
Your body can't lie. Like body
Shaolin
memory
Warrior.
Say it again. Shaolin Warrior. Yep. James Fishback, the like fake Fuentes. I spent 300,000 on porn.
Whoa.
He's
laying it all out.
Russian sex spy. Putin turned me into a weapon.
Yeah, that's my new thing too. Is like, I don't know. There's like a profound attraction to the pink hair girls at this point. I don't know what's going on. I think maybe I'm being psyoped as well.
You're being psyoped, yeah, for sure. This guy is like a major psyoper guy. Nick Shirley, of course. John Zerka. So I'm just showing you like numerologist, AI safety expert, humanity's last chance, ancient health expert, reveals why modern. This is a really weird Jewish like biohacker guy. So he gets on the Jewish biohacker guy, who's like extreme ultra Zionist right after like Nick Fuentes is on the show. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Number one divorce lawyer. Like, these are all like all the celebs all over YouTube are like being heavily promoted. So
how long has this been on?
Which one?
Just go to like scroll up and then type and then go to oldest. Just click on oldest.
Oh, yeah.
Is that?
So if you go back to his
1 year ago.
No, that's the thing is his channel is like many years old, but he deleted all his former
guys like first, right?
Yeah, he deleted all his old content and only is showing this new content.
Wait. Look at the fourth video down.
Yep. I ate a fetus.
Like what?
Yep. So this is how he started. Candace Owens, Justin Waller,
And fetuses.
Andrew Tate. This TikTok made me a millionaire. This hypnotist made $45 million.
That's got to be one of the most clickbaity videos I've ever seen.
Look, and see, look, Patrick Bet David. I'm telling you, it's like a
Like it
weird
literally, like
Scientology Jewish cult of people.
yeah, but it literally had "I ate a fetus" written on the video. That's wild. I've never seen a video that weird. Like, what a
Well,
weird thumbnail.
and again, he doesn't get flagged, of course, right, for saying I ate a fetus or whatever, right? So
Yeah, this is like what it tastes like, shrimp. Like, it's pretty weird.
yeah, it's just insane, dude. And see, I was in the CIA. So again, how did he get all these people? You know, just without explanation, he just gets like some of the biggest name people, Jews, anti-Semites, you know, Professor Jang, of course. So yeah, I don't know. It's just pretty weird. So I'm just pointing out, like, yeah, pretty weird. So I'm just gonna let this play a little bit.
Yeah, look at how one of her eyes is covered.
Yep. Here we go.
This is pretty weird.
Today's guest believes modern feminism is literally satanic.
Witchcraft is the fastest growing religion, especially among Gen Z women in America. Female creators on TikTok will show you how to make a ritual out of your abortion.
Growing up with a conservative father, she was raised with two competing visions of what a woman was actually supposed to be.
My mom's view was everybody deserves, you only don't have because someone else has. My dad would explain things are based on merit. You kind of start having to learn to think things through and try to figure out, well, which one is correct?
Now a Christian mother of 5, she spent the last few years uncovering the dark origins of the feminist movement, connecting it to demon worship, seances, and CIA sex cults.
You're Gen Z. Do you know that almost a third of your generation was aborted? Abortion is a ritual sacrament for them.
In this episode, we'll explore why she believes modern women are unhappier than ever, expose the dark rituals that shaped feminism in America, and question if this movement that promised women freedom was actually a spiritual trap designed by the devil.
Elizabeth Cady Stanton said
Pretty
that
much.
if she could get rid of the Bible and Christianity altogether, wipe it from the face of the earth, that would be the best thing. But she said it's the most widely published and most influential book on the planet. So the second best thing we can do is
Rachel Wilson, welcome to the Jagneel podcast.
Thanks for having me. It's good to be here.
Rachel, the average American woman is the most educated, most financially independent, and most free woman in human history.
Whoa, is that
She's
a wig?
also the loneliest, most depressed, and least likely to have kids. Why do you think women are so unhappy in 2026?
That's the million-dollar question. There's actually been two large-scale studies done trying to answer that question. I think the first came out in 2009. It was called The Paradox of Declining Female Happiness. And in this study, the authors in their summary said that women have reported, this is based on women's surveys when you're asking women their opinion on how they are doing in life, how they feel about things. They're reporting higher levels of unhappiness, like you said, loneliness, depression, than ever before. So if we go back to the 70s, which is arguably kind of the tipping point where feminism became the dominant ethos. If you go back to the early 70s where they asked women these questions, they largely reported being pretty content. And now in the 2000s, we have 26% of all American women on at least one psychiatric drug. We have higher rates of fetal alcohol syndrome and alcoholism among women than we've ever recorded before. And women just overall reporting dissatisfaction, unhappiness, a feeling of being really torn, trying to have it all, trying to have a career and be a career woman and also have a family and do all of that. Women don't know what to do with relationships because on the one hand, they want men who make more than they do. They want men who are higher achieving than they are, yet this creates a paradox, whereas women have become the number one earners of college degrees. They have now got salaries that compete with men, and they've got more equality than ever before. They're finding that the men are not suitable to marry. They're finding that, they just can't find a guy who's on their level or higher, which is what they really want. So we've created like a paradox where by giving women everything that at least feminism told us they wanted, which was full equality, independence from men so that we could choose a husband based on, who we love and not who we need, that this would make women happier. And we're finding ourselves in a position where women are reporting the highest levels of unhappiness ever. They're actually even 3 times more likely than men now to have common mental health issues. Women have always been more prone to mental health issues than men since we started tracking that, but it's gone up. It's gotten worse. The disparity has grown. Women are finding themselves in a conundrum where they've got all the things that they were told would make them happy, and they're finding that they're more dissatisfied than ever. And what often happens, you'll see these viral clips on the internet of women in their 30s and 40s, sitting alone in their car crying, saying, I did all the things I was supposed to do. I followed the prescription and I'm unhappy. I'm stressed out. I'm alone. I can't find a husband. I won't have a family. Am I going to die by myself? What did I do? I can't go back. So for me, it's a really tragic thing for women.
So you would boil it down to women are unhappy because they're lonely, because they're not getting married and they're not having kids.
I think that's a big part of it. And I think it's also, we put so much pressure and responsibility on women to do it all, be it all, and have it all. I really experienced a lot of that myself in my early 20s. So after I got through K through 12 high school, I was always a smart kid. I was always in like advanced classes preparing for college. I was given the message that you're definitely going to college. You've got to go. You're too smart. You can't waste your intellectual capacity by not going to school and having an important job. That's what you're going to do, like from kindergarten on. And by the time I got done with 12th grade, I thought, I think I just want to get married and have kids. Like, I really just want to marry my boyfriend, start a family, and be a mom. Like, that's what I want to do. And maybe someday if I want to have a career, I can do that later. People thought I was insane. Everybody around me, my parents, my friends, pretty much everyone around me just thought that was totally nuts. Like, what? You're not going to go to college? You have a full ride scholarship and you're not going to take it? You're going to regret it. It's going to be terrible. Your life's going to be over. So it was like, what do I do here? Because what if I want to be a mom and have kids? Like, I want to raise them myself. How am I going to do that if I'm gone 40 to 50 hours a week? Especially if I get a career that's like very demanding. Like if I want to be a doctor or something, where does that leave room for raising my kids? I'm going to have to outsource that to someone else. And I didn't like that idea. And when I said, I thought that was kind of silly and inefficient, I thought, isn't that silly? I'm having children and I'm going to pay some other stranger who isn't their mother, maybe $12 an hour or something, to spend all day with them. And I might get to see them for a couple hours at night and on the weekend. And that's it.
And meanwhile, they're not even with their kids.
Exactly. So I thought, we're all just shift. It's like we're playing musical chairs with the children. And it's like, well, you raise mine so that I can go to work. And then someone else will raise yours so that you can go to work watching my kids. And when I said, I think that seems silly. Who came up with this system? It sounds terrible to me. It was like I was challenging this deeply held dogma, this like preciously held dogma that like, well, you don't want to be enslaved, do you? And I was like, I don't know that going to work for a corporation and having to pay half of what I make to have someone else raise my kids, I don't know, that kind of sounds a little bit like slavery to me more than having a family. But there was just this idea that if I didn't have my own money and my own career, the only guy who was going to be interested was someone who wanted to take advantage of me and hurt me and wanted me to be vulnerable and not able to escape.
You kind of gave the most important part of your backstory to understand why you view feminism the way you do. But I want to know about your parents and your childhood. Like, what's the most important part of your childhood that shaped maybe why you chose to write your book and some of your views today?
When I was 9 years old, my parents got divorced. And, my dad sat us down and explained that my mom had found somebody new. She was going to divorce him, and that he had to move out. And I remember asking him, wait, if mom got a boyfriend, you're not supposed to do that. That's against the rules. Why do you have to leave? That doesn't make sense. And my dad kind of got like tears in his eyes. And then I told him, I remember saying, I have a lump in my throat. It kind of hurts right here. And then he just kind of lost it. And my mother really didn't want to explain. It was just like, Dad's got to go. And this other guy's going to move in. And that was kind of like the beginning of everything changing for me and my sister. And I remember thinking, and I had people like adults in my life when I would ask, one of my mom's friends was babysitting and I was like, why? I know my mom wants a new boyfriend, but why does that mean that my dad has to move out? Now this guy's going to move in. Why can't me and my sister have our dad? And, I'm trying to figure this out as a 9-year-old. And the answer I kept getting was, well, your mom needs to be happy. And I thought, well, yeah, I want my mom to be happy. Of course, I love my mom. But what about me being happy? And what about my dad being happy? And what about my sister being happy? So that was kind of like the first seeds of me wondering, why is she the only person that matters in this equation? Shouldn't we all matter? And nobody had a good answer. So as I got older, my mother had been kind of radicalized in college as a Marxist and then started writing or reading Marxist literature, like The Mists of Avalon. It's like a feminist retelling of the Camelot legend. And it was from this very like Marxist feminist perspective. And she kind of adopted this view that like men are bad and evil, especially white men. the evil white men that have all the power are bad. The intersectional stuff, like the more oppressed you are, the more truth you have, and the more righteous you must be. And if you have money, or you own a business, or you're a white person, or you're a male, you must be bad. You must be oppressing someone to have those things.
Yeah,
And that was
so
kind of
I
her
guess I
worldview.
don't know. I
So
guess we could pause it because, like, I don't know. I'm trying to like get in on this somehow to comment on what she's saying, but a lot of it describes her personal experience. I don't really think that could be discounted. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of what she's saying is true, but like, I'm not sure if like, um, well, obviously she drew a dialectic between the Bible and feminism, so that's probably just true. But I don't think she really explained like, or she'll probably get into that, but she didn't explain like the actual root causes with like for example, right? Like what got women to go to work, right? And then like if they're the breadwinners, then then what causes them to find the men disfavorable, and why can't men achieve more than women can, right? If they're the ones who are controlling the society, right? So it's kind of like, I don't know. And then obviously she's right though about the dad situation. That seems kind of fucked up that like her mom was the one that cheated on her dad and then he had to leave. That's pretty fucked up. But yeah. And there probably is a lot of white people who had to go through that or whatever, so that's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. It's she's. I mean, I had similar experiences to her in some ways, so like I kind of get it. But yeah, it's pretty. I don't know. Let's just see how she goes from here. I can see the hands clapping, so it's gonna be you get real now. I feel like they put that bottled water in the middle of this thing for like some sort of like weird reason or something. I don't know. The purple lighting as well, like the purple lighting, and you got the bottle in the middle, and
Yeah, I've seen
most
this
of the week
before.
living with mom, that's the stuff I would kind of hear filtered through, it kind of trickles out as you're talking about things growing up. And then I go to my dad's, and he was a business owner. He was a Rush Limbaugh guy, in the car, we'd be listening to Rush Limbaugh on the way to, my orthodontist appointments or something. So I grew up listening to him with dad, and my dad would explain things from a completely different worldview. Like things are based on merit. It depends how hard you work for things, because a lot of people aren't willing to work hard. And those who are can potentially get ahead, even if they maybe started.
I don't know if you can see it, but she has a tattoo on her hand. It looks like I just now noticed that. Do you see that? Or it's a discoloration or something, but I see a tattoo on her
Yeah.
hand there.
Yeah, I think it's like this whole idea like, do you want to be happy versus like this idea like um do you want to like work hard to achieve things? I think that's kind of like a false dialectic. Right? I don't know if and I don't know if women would say one rather than, and then men would say the other. She is drawing that thing, but I don't think it necessarily ties. I know that's her experience, but I don't know if men are naturally meritorious and then women naturally seek happiness, or or even if the system is designed that way, right? I think probably everybody in the system is like, to a certain extent, like, obviously chasing happiness is a false thing. Like there is no such thing as happiness. But then on the other end, like if you work hard and like, no, you won't achieve more than some people who just literally have been giving like like a leg up. So I don't know.
out behind. My dad would say, I didn't grow up with money, but I'm doing a lot better now than my dad was because I put in 14-hour days. I have better ideas than the other guys in the same industry I work in. So you earn your way in the world. Whereas my mom's view was completely different. It was everybody deserves, and you only don't have because someone else has. So these two completely opposite conflicting worldviews that you get as a kid, you kind of start having to learn to think things through and try to figure out, well, which one is correct? How do I know which one is correct? And how do I filter through these ideas to figure out which worldview is more accurate? What should I follow? Because I'm getting completely different directions from both parents. And I remember the best piece of advice my dad ever gave me, especially being a woman. He said,
you're not going to believe the
self-esteem
cheater.
is not based on external value.
Yeah, like it sounds like she already answered, because like you're not going to believe the cheater. Like what? It's pretty obvious. Like, but I don't know if kids think of it that way. Like, oh, these two parents have a final like view of things, and it all hinges on this one thing. So I don't know. But if I had to guess in my entire scheme, right, I would think like maybe my dad cares more about money and then my mom cares more about religion. I don't know. So maybe that's a better way to organize things. Because I guess it works for them, right? Yes, I don't know.
Validation. You will never get a sense of self-esteem, a true sense of it, from people telling you you're pretty or telling you they like you or saying you did a good job. You get your real self-esteem from making good decisions and learning that you can trust yourself to do the right thing. And that was one of the first pieces that I felt really clicked for me. That, maybe dad's onto something. Maybe his worldview is more correct. And as I went through school and saw that, if we had a group project or something, oftentimes people would want to be on my team. Oh, I want to do the group project with Rachel because they know I care about it. I'm going to try hard and I'm going to I want to get an A on the project. So they
like the whole daddy's little girl thing, that might be playing up like some sort of Freudian archetype. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, there's always this kind of weird stuff like with that. So it's pretty weird. It is pretty weird. Like it's not. I would say that you have to read into the scripts that way for sure, in my opinion.
Yeah, like the whole like, it's like what I'm hearing is like all the time like patriarchy and then daddy and then and then daddy was right and then patriarchy, and so it's like it's a weird like situation, and then I don't know. And then she also kind of sounds like, and I don't mean this in like a mean way, but she kind of sounds like a little girl. And I don't know how much of that is on purpose, but like a lot of influencers, like female influencers.
Remember we saw Dyer's wife was doing that same thing, like, oh, let's talk about.
That's exactly right. Yeah, yeah, and she was dressed like as like a Disney character or something like that. So that's what I was saying. Like it seemed weird because she went on a high, like like a show where they have like Jordan Peterson on and stuff, and then she dresses up, like a little girl. So it's kind of like, and I mean, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but it is kind of like weird, right? And I don't think I'm like somebody who's like not artsy enough to get it. I or maybe I'm like too much of a too strict on like, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know.
could sit back and kind of relax and kind of let me do all the work. And I thought, this must be that merit-based stuff dad's talking about, right? So yeah, just my experiences going through life, I felt like my dad's worldview was a lot more matched up with reality than my mother's idea that people just deserve. We're all just born deserving what we want, and someone needs to provide it. And if they don't, it's because of evil or oppression in the world.
You have a book, Occult Feminism. Do you think a big reason you decided to write this book was trying to maybe understand what could have led to the society that shaped her views?
Oh, definitely. And I wrote it with the idea in mind that I have 4 daughters, and I hope to have a lot of grandkids. If the Lord grants me that, I would be so happy. And I wanted to make sense of the world, like you said. What kind of society shapes a woman the way that it did my mother, and so many other women like her. Like, if you look at the popular culture, you look at things like Sex in the City, you look at every pop star, like Sabrina Carpenter right now is making a multi-million-dollar a year industry off of cute little man-hating songs and things like this, you know? And I was trying to make sense of, how did we get here? Because my mom wasn't around a lot growing up because of all her issues. I would get sent to my grandparents' house all the time, and so I grew up mostly with my grandmas. And one of them just turned 100 on April 1st, and she was probably the most influential person on me. And again, got a totally different view of the world from her than I did from my mother. And she was much more traditional and a very like practical, hardworking lady. Not political at all. Grandma didn't care about politics. She wasn't talking about politics. She was worried about, getting the house clean, cooking dinner, taking care of the grandkids, those sort of things. And I feel like the world she grew up in was so different from the one that created my mother and from the one that shaped me. Almost everybody today kind of looks around and we all know that like something's off. Something's not working. Men and women are kind of pitted against each other, and we have these dating apps, and like nobody's happy and nobody's having kids and nobody knows what to do about it. And everybody knows that something is wrong or something is off, but nobody really knows what it is. And it's right in our face. But because we're swimming in feminist waters, just like a fish doesn't know it's swimming in water, we don't realize that that's what it is. And that's why I was like, I've really got to write a book, because I feel like I could explain, now that I have done so much research and read so much history. I spent years reading early feminist writings, going back to Mary Wollstonecraft or even before, which is something nobody does unless you're going to college for gender studies. And then, of course, you're going to read it through the lens of feminism was wonderful and it's awesome and it's great. But me reading it through more of a skeptical lens of like, I just want to know what happened. I hadn't even decided that it was evil or satanic. I didn't know any of that. I was just like, I want to know what happened. I'm curious.
Not what she wrote, but who is this person that wrote this, and why did they write it, and who funded it, and who made it popular.
Yeah. Why did somebody like Mary Wollstonecraft in the late 1700s, at the height of the Revolutionary period, why did she write Vindication of the Rights of Women, which is like the first big feminist publication? The kind of the thing that started it all. Why did she write that? Like, what was going on in her life? What was the society like around her? What things prompted her to want to write such a thing?
I would have started much earlier, right? And I definitely would have started with Filmer versus Locke, right? Filmer literally wrote a book called Patriarchy, saying that the children belong to the father, right? And the fact is that the reason why they belong to the father is because the father is a small kingship, right? It's a private dominion, just like the private dominion that God gave to Adam, right? So Locke, he wanted to overthrow this because he wanted to overthrow the notion of the divine right of kings, right? So he argued that basically when you're 18, everybody has natural rights, or once you reach the age of reason, is basically what he called it, right? You're able to emancipate yourself from the get out from under the rule of your parents and establish your own rule, right? So I think this was a first step in dethroning the authority of there's some of this where it says that once you go and start your family, then you have your own dominion, right? So it's kind of like a way that but yeah, even before that, there's significant ideas within occultism, right, that talk about all sorts of ideas. Like, you could talk about the Shekinah and all these ideas. I don't know if she'll actually get into all that, right? But I think some of that is in her book, most likely. But yeah.
People respond to it. So I spent years reading that stuff. And then once I felt like, okay, I've got like a really clear picture on what I think happened, I want to write a book. And I really thought it would be for my kids and for my grandkids. I never thought it would blow up and become like a bestseller. I just wanted to help them, like, as my daughters are growing up and they're deciding, do I want to start a family? Do I want to have a career? Like, which way do I want to go? I just wanted them to know the truth. This is my big thing with feminism, is that if this is a movement for women, if it's for me, if it's for my daughters and it's for our benefit, we should know the truth about it. We should know the truth about how it came about, who pushed it to the forefront, who paid to push it to the forefront, why there needed to be a century and billions of dollars worth of propaganda, why the CIA had to get involved to create things like Ms. Magazine to push this stuff on the culture. Like, we should know that as women. If we are the benefactors of feminism, you could at least tell us the truth. I think it's very patronizing to say, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Just you don't want to be stuck in a bad marriage, do you? Don't you want your own money? So that's why I wrote the book, because I just feel like women deserve the truth about it.
Rich, when most people think about how feminism actually started, they maybe think of early 1900s, women marching, figures like Susan B. Anthony, the suffragettes. But your book says feminism started thousands of years earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, really quick, do you have a 401k, a Roth IRA, or happen to have a lot of money in crypto?
I've literally heard a lot of these so-called, and I can't remember what is the recent one I heard it, right? But they will openly say that the Hindu gods are demons or something like that. Right? And I don't know what that is about, right? That seems to be like a specific brand of occultism, right? But going into other people's like religions and then like saying, oh no, the things they talk about are real, but they just interpret them differently. I feel like that's really weird, right? Because I think classically, people might just say, oh no, that's like the mythology of India or something like that. Like that is not based on anything real.
What's interesting is, like, I think that you could argue that Christianity does that, and maybe you could say it always has. But here's the thing with that is, like, well, doesn't that imply that Christianity is syncretic? Right? See what I mean? Like, see what I mean? Like, I think
that's what I mean. Like, it's
play,
verging into like incorporating other people's like religions. Like, it's kind of like how, like, in the Book of Enoch, right? The Nephilim are the Greek gods or something like that, or like the Titans or some, so it gets into some weird territory, right?
Well, I don't know if it's official, like canon or whatever. Somebody have to ask, like, Unseen or someone like that. But like, I have
what, Enoch?
heard. Well, no, that like the Greek Titans are like demons, and like
no, because they don't canonize Enoch at all.
Oh no, but I was talking about like how, like I've heard, like, I'm pretty sure Posh Redneck specifically said, like, we believe in the Titans of the Greek mythology, but those were demons and blah blah. So he kind of, like, I've heard people say, like, they do accept that there was like other religions and that they're real, but they're, we just characterize them as demonic, or polytheism as demonic or something like that. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of weird, but it kind of goes to what Hyperborean was saying too. But yeah, it is interesting. Like, and I definitely heard what you're saying. Like recently, like somebody said recently, like I heard somebody very recently say, like, oh, they're Hindu is demonic.
I
or
think
something.
it was that Soren guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. But again, to me, it's like you can make that argument, but then you imply that Christianity is syncretic. So it's like, how do you? I haven't heard anybody like explain that away. So that's kind of why, like, I say that, like, there is an argument to say that Christianity is syncretic. So how far people want to take that is a question, right? Like, I just embrace it and say yes, it is. Because for me personally, like, I've always tried to reconcile like these different beliefs. Like, I wouldn't go as far as to say, like, Hinduism is, satanic or like demonic per se. Like, I think that you could argue another way personally, but like, I understand why, the default position of Christianity would say, well, rather than go and explain everything, like, just don't look at it because it'll lead you the wrong direction or something like that. Like, okay, I can understand that, but I don't know. I think there's there's a lot of slippery slopes that you can go on. So I don't know. But again, it all goes back to implying that it's a syncretic religion. So or or perennial, I guess you could be the other way, but I don't think that's. I definitely would be more hesitant to say perennialist. I think that's a whole nother situation. So.
because you're definitely going to want to hear about this. See, the biggest supporters of this podcast right now are the guys over at I Trust Capital. And when they first reached out to me and explained what they did, it literally sounded like a cheat code. See, with their platform, you can convert your existing 401k or Roth IRA into one that lets you buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, and over 80 cryptocurrencies while maintaining the same tax-saving benefits. Now, of course, you can start a new IRA with them if you're bullish on Bitcoin and want to save on taxes if you ever decide to cash out. But if you're someone who already has a lot of crypto and you're worried about it getting hacked or stolen, I Trust also offers a PCA account, which is institutional grade level custody, meaning your assets are fully insured, ultra secure, and never sitting on any risky exchanges. So if you guys want to get access, just go to jackneil.com/itrust or scan the QR code on screen. Again, that is jackneil.com/itrust or hit the first link in the description for an easy $100 bonus. But anyway, back to the podcast. So where does the real story of feminism actually start?
At the beginning of humanity. Of course, I'm a Christian.
That was so creepy and weird when he said back to the podcast.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how everybody's like, like getting paid to like push everybody to crypto. Even like, dude, even people within the crypto space are like saying it's over. We've all been scammed. And like people are still like, oh, convert your Roth IRA to fucking crypto. And it's like, I don't know. Like, it's pretty weird. I did buy crypto a few months ago just to try to see how it works, and I bought $50 of Solana, and I think right now it's worth $5, so I lost like $45 just buying it one time. So yeah, I'm not a fan of crypto. I just wanted to see like how hard it was to do it, and it's like ridiculously sketchy, I would say. Like it's very, very sketchy. Like crypto is I think it's literally worse than walking into a casino and putting like your money on blackjack or something like that. It's literally retarded. I'm not saying you can't make money doing it, but like I would not advise anybody to get into crypto. I definitely would not take money to like tell people to go do crypto unless somebody explained to me in depth, here's how you don't lose money, and then they made me like $1 million. Maybe then I would do it, but otherwise, like no, I would not. I would not advertise crypto to anybody.
So I'm going to look at things through my Christian lens. But even if you're not, let's say you're secularist, you don't care about the religious part. Clearly, nature has a hierarchy. Men are physically stronger, physically bigger than women are. And that's why through all of history, until technology made it possible to have feminism, like if you're wondering, why did we never have this feminism stuff? Why didn't
She's been watching your show, Machine.
No, it's a point, like as we pointed out, it's even made by Angela Davis, right, in the New Left. So even the New Left has capitalized on this point, right? That that the Industrial Revolution actually made life for women worse.
It's funny because like I was on that TikTok with that weird like liberal guy. The only reason I went on that guy's stream is because he had like 80 people watching, by the way.
Yeah.
And I know I made like really shitty arguments, but as soon as I mentioned Angela Davis, like he like, all right, you got to get off the stream now. because he's like, it's weird. Like if you mention, I've noticed this too. Like if you mention Angela Davis, like leftists get really nervous, and it's like Trotsky, Angela Davis, like it's like there's like certain trigger words like you bring.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting.
Because I guess they've seen it as like a conspiracy theory where they have a bunch of information that their scholars have come up with to try to debunk those claims, right? So I don't know. So they don't want to go through the whole thing where they provide their justification for why that's too simplistic of an explanation, and that's just, Angela's opinion and so on and so forth. I don't know.
Didn't take over until the last 150 years. It's because we needed an industrial revolution and then a technological revolution to create a world where women could be equal, meaning women can go out and earn a living just like a man. They can drive on roads that were built by men, in a car that was built by men and is maintained by men, to an office building that men built with an electrical power structure and telecommunications that are all built and maintained by men. And they can sit at a computer and have a job.
See, this is
say,
where it's getting bad, right? Because see, now those things are no longer built and maintained by men. You could possibly make that case during the Industrial Revolution, but of course it was less the case during the Industrial Revolution, but it's definitely way less the case during the Technological Revolution, right? Like, there's guys that are literally wimps because they never leave their office space, right? So, so this is the fact. They're literally stuck to using machines, punching in numbers almost all day sometimes, right? So this is the thing, is like, so now she wants to emphasize that the system is ruled and controlled by men, but the system, right, has literally made men less powerful because women, it's made women equal to men. She's also saying that. So it's kind of like she's in a bind here. You know what I'm saying? It's like which one is more true, right? Because it's obvious
with men, and I'm the same as men.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that it's obvious that technology has made women and men less in control. Right, that's the part she doesn't want to say out loud. She wants to emphasize that, oh yeah, men built this system, but men are now alleviated from being in control of it. This is so weird, dude.
200-300 years ago, there was no such thing. If you were on a farmstead working alongside your husband, sure, you worked. You got up and you took care of the children, you milked the cows, you turned the butter, you did all of the, domestic agricultural stuff. But you knew that you couldn't, take giant steel beams and move them like your husband and his friends could. You knew that the barn raising was done by the men because that stuff's heavy and you have to be big and strong in order to move, big, heavy things and do heavy, dangerous work. So there wasn't this idea that like men and women are inherently equal. And when I say equal, I don't mean in value in the eyes of God or in value in the eyes of people even. It's more just that it's very clear that there's a biologically based difference between men and women, and each have their own responsibilities, their own burdens, their own roles to play, because we are not interchangeable widgets. Now that we have technology, everybody thinks we are. So I went back. I thought it was going to start around Mary Wollstonecraft. And then as I went further back, I realized there were women like Christine de Pizan, who was a writer for the French court in the 1500s. She was actually Italian, but became a prominent writer and worked for the French aristocracy and made her own money, became published. And she even wrote a lot about,
There's women writers throughout history. Are we going to pause like throughout history, like every time like a woman wrote some shit down? Like that shit's happened literally throughout history. And so, how are we gonna like say, oh, some lady wrote some shit down in France? Oh, that means that people are feminists. Like there's radical. Well, I'm sure she's gonna mention this. So I don't want to say too much too quick because I'm just gonna keep going back. Right. So I wonder how back she'll go and what she'll mention. Right. But I think that Locke thing is pivotal, honestly. I think it's a huge thing because he literally talks about equality of the sexes. I think another thing is important is Plato, right? So I wonder if she'll mention those two, right? And of course, the writings of the goddesses in Gnosticism, right? So I don't know, right? But she's taken it to the Hindu goddess. So I think that is a weird I previously mentioned that I think that's a weird take, right?
Why she thought we should push women to a higher station in society and things like that. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. That's a little earlier. And I kept kind of working my way back. And you realize that from the beginning of humanity, whether you think that's in the Garden of Eden or whether you think that's in ancient Mesopotamia, there's always been this hierarchical balance of men having a monopoly on physical force and women having a monopoly on reproduction and who gets to reproduce. What do I mean by that? If you look at genetic studies, each of us alive today has twice as many female ancestors as we have male ancestors. And the reason for that is because as a woman, all you need to do to, reproduce and make a genetic copy of yourself is be fertile. And some man is going to come along and he's going to fertilize you, right? That's really all you have to do. For men, it's never been like that. You've always had to either be able to, compete and dominate with other men by force or by having more resources or more wealth or status than them. You had to have, you either had to take a war bride or get permission from a woman's father in ancient times in order to reproduce. And a lot of men died.
That's actually seems totally false, right? Because motherfuckers were just jacking ladies, taking them as slaves and concubines. So I don't think they necessarily had to compete for resources to then go and, right? Like, I don't know how far back she's going. Is she going like to cavemen times, right? And if you're a Christian, you don't believe that cavemen actually existed, right? You believe that's totally fake and gay, right? So if there's cavemen like competing for resources so that they can like establish a female, but they have to ask the clansmen or the tribesmen for the permission to do that, that's not necessarily always the case, right? And then women don't have, by virtue of that, women do not have a way to control the reproduction in the society. What are you talking about? Right? They're literally like, if men control the society, like, then how do women control? I don't know. I just think it's like pretty weird. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird take, right? Because like you could just go to the Bible, right? They took like they killed all the men, they took all the women, right? And they're like, let's split up the ones that are can have children, right? Pretty much. And I think they were pretty much little kids too. But yeah. So they split up like child sex slaves. I don't know. So yeah, how's she gonna explain that one? I don't know.
Before they got the chance to do that, whether in war or by doing dangerous work, things like that. So there's always been this kind of hierarchy. And what feminism did was it said, we're going to try to equalize that. We're going to try to equalize the hierarchy. We're going to try to boost women up to where we think men are. But the problem there is that along with the power that men had came a lot of responsibility and difficult duties that women either don't want to fulfill or physically cannot fulfill. Women have a duty that men cannot physically fulfill, which would be childbirth. So from my view, looking at history, there was a balance in place. And what feminism did was threw the balance off completely and shifted a whole bunch of power to women without the corresponding duties and responsibilities and accountability that would go with that. So if you look at ancient times, you had women's only agency was things like temple prostitution, being a priestess. We're talking about pagan times, like ancient pagan Rome maybe would be a good example of women can either marry into wealth, power, and status, they can be born into it, or they can do something like become a temple priestess or a temple prostitute or something like that. And that's, I guess, a form of like sexual liberation in ancient times. And when Christianity came along, it kind of did away with that and elevated women to more of holding them in a virtuous position. Not treating them as, sacrificial lambs. We're not, sacrificing virgins to angry gods or anything like that. We're saying, no, women should be protected and provided for. They should be venerated as mothers and good.
In the 15th century, right, the Pope absolutely, right, they absolutely like married their own, like one of the popes married his own sister, right? Another pope had an illegitimate child, right? And had sex parties where they trafficked women in the sex parties. This was the church, right? The Catholic Church, right? But still, nonetheless, it was Christians who were doing this, right? So I don't know. I don't think like sex slaves and sex parties stopped just because Christianity took over. That seems like a gross overestimation, right? Neither did like I mean, like sex parties stopped because Islam or Buddhism took over or anything like that. Like, no. They had people that became monks and stuff and like chose to live a pious life, but by and large, like sex parties continued. I don't understand. But yeah. Yeah, of course they weren't like temple priestesses, but they still had prostitutes. Like I don't see what the problem is, right? But yeah.
Wives, and they should be chaste and pure to the extent that they can. And then men's job is to protect and provide. And it changed the social order of men and women from what the pagan order was, depending on where you were.
So the pagans, what were like some of the goddesses they were worshiping, and what were those societies that like were kind of pushing that feminist flip in gender dynamics?
Yeah. So my book opens going over some of this and how like a lot of the ancient goddesses were they usually were goddesses of fertility. But they were also usually kind of vengeful and angry. A lot of them were, which is why they've become popular again in feminist circles, especially in the 1970s. There was a goddess worship revival. And that's kind of going on now. Like if you go on TikTok, there's plenty of girls talking about like Lilith or Anana or some of these revitalized ancient goddesses that they worship, and whether they worship them truly in a spiritual sense or whether they're kind of worshiping them in like a not so much a literal sense, but just saying, I like this idea. This is like an avatar of the strong, independent woman who gets her revenge.
Here, hold on. So let me get this straight. There's girls praying to Lilith, a Jewish demon, and there's probably guys that are totally cuckle fucks that are trying to like convince them that there's some type of wizard that's like working with Lilith that are trying to seduce those girls. Most likely. I don't want to, but yeah, interesting stuff.
On men for trying to subjugate her. It depends, right?
It has a similar effect
yes,
at the end of the day.
Yes, at the end of the day, it's basically the same thing. Interestingly, a great example of this is the first cover of Ms. Magazine. Now, Ms. Magazine was the first feminist publication that was like really popular in America. There were feminist publications going back to the early 1800s, but this was like a mainstream magazine that was really pushed and became really popular in the 70s. It was founded by Gloria Steinem and Clay Felker of the CIA. So it had CIA funding and CIA backing, which is, people probably think that's super weird. Why would the CIA be interested in feminism? And it was part of a Cold War project called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And this was an effort by the CIA to compare and contrast and distinguish us from Soviet Russia and say, we have this liberal freedom. They are, these old-timey oppressors, these communists. And it was kind of like an anti-communist propaganda to push the women's liberation thing. Like, hey, in the West, you can be free as a woman. And
yeah, I guess I have to go now. So I don't know how long we did this for, but let's basically save this here and then I'll maybe.
Yeah. I had some commentary on it too, but yeah, I'll save it for later. But yeah, it's like I was just kind of waiting. But number one, number one, she's pandering. Number two, she's pandering to men. Number three, number two, she's whitewashing history with the CIA. Number three,
right,
jumping back and forth in time. So like, yeah, I've been taking notes too. It's like she's definitely doing some sort of weird like whitewashing of shit, in my opinion. But so far, I mean,
yeah,
I don't want to say that because like I do agree with a lot of what she's saying, but like she's doing a whitewashing. Like the CIA, the CIA was just trying to like defeat the Soviet Union. It's like, no, how about they were trying to undermine the family structure within the United States against the people of the United States. They weren't doing it to like hurt Russia. How does that hurt? How does us having feminism hurt Russia? I don't understand. It's like,
right, yeah,
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so wait, what minute of this are we at?
27. And I'll just stop watching this for now and I'll put on something else, and then if you come back in 10 minutes we'll just watch something else. So
well no, I'll be back in like 2 hours or something like that.
In 2 hours. Okay, cool.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I'll just watch something else for now. In 2 hours I'll be busy too, so if we can still do this now we will. If not, we'll just pick up something else. So cool.
Yeah, let's just let's just pick this up another time, I guess.
All right, cool. Yeah. All right. Appreciate you. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings, bro.
Yeah, bye.
Hello, friends, psychopaths, psychopathic friends, people who are wrong but very committed to their opinion.
Oh, wait, is that Riding Jules?
Podcast. And hey, Rachel, how's your week going?
No, it's not. It's somebody else.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of looks like her, but with pink hair. It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is something where I guess now everybody's saying how Kurt Cobain was killed by basically the CIA and Epstein stuff and stuff like this. And so now everybody's finally caught on to this thing I've been saying for 20 years, which, and it, to be fair, I never really had like a lot of evidence for it. And frankly, I don't know how much the evidence they have of it now, but it is very interesting that now there's like tons of videos that just came out saying like, Kurt Cobain got killed because he knew about Epstein and knew about child trafficking. And like, I don't know if that's true or if this is just like more psyop or not, but he definitely was deep into the occult and he definitely knew like William Burroughs. So, like it wouldn't surprise me if there's some truth to it for sure. And also like Dave Grohl was involved with shit and like everyone around Kurt Cobain was definitely involved in like some really bad stuff. So, I mean, nothing would surprise me for sure.
Hey, it's not too bad. How's yours going?
It's not bad. Now I have to bring something up. I sent Rachel a gift package. Actually, I sent something to your mom, and then I included some candy in it. And they're for all of our British friends, anybody from the UK and Canada. I sent her some love hearts. So love hearts are like conversation hearts, but they're the British kind, and British Canadian, we like painful candy. We don't like good, delicious, sweet, yummy candy. We like candy that makes you wonder what the fuck you're doing eating it.
What you just put in your mouth. Yeah.
So Rachel, describe love hearts for everyone.
Well, I just tried the first one. What was that? About a half an hour ago now. And when I first put it in my mouth, I was like, this is weird. It's kind of got like a baking soda fizzy powdery consistency, but the longer it kind of sits there, the more you're like, oh, okay, there's something. I'm not sure what, but there's something. I'm gonna take.
She will be done the roll by the end of this podcast, guys. I'm 1,000% sure of it.
3 or 4, something like that. So don't mind me.
Yes, and of course the best part is that they say little things on them like sweetheart, etc. And so just picturing Rachel screaming at them, "Your candies don't know me. You don't know me," and then eating them all anyway. Yes, so you'll be very glad, Rachel, today that I wore. I have a tiny little star, but it's pearl, so I can actually, when things get too scandalous, I can clutch my pearls. It is, I mean, my one pearl, but I can clutch it like a tiny Victorian widow. So feel free to say all the craziest things possible, and I will be in the corner with my one pearl clutching it.
Oh, that sounds like a double dog
and
there.
I've got my Victorian fainting couch behind me, so we're
perfect. You're all safe.
Perfect. Set. We're all set. So last week we did the podcast with Bloody Mess, who was amazing. We love him, and thanks everyone. If you haven't checked out his channel or his podcast, I'll put it in the links. He just we talked about Chris Novoselic, and he is such a blast to talk to. And he has like the coolest radio show. And it's so much fun because it's on Sunday. So it's like, hey, I'll see you in church. And then we all get to go listen to his cool punk rock radio show. So it's so much fun. I know, I love it. And so today we're going to talk about Dave Grohl. And I think it's going to be really interesting. You've been doing quite a lot of research, and I've been watching some YouTube stuff. And did you end up reading his book?
I've not read the full thing yet. Okay. I have listened because he read his own audiobook. He did his own audiobook.
Yeah.
And so I've listened to snippets of that, and then I've read little chunks here and there. Like reading through it again in preparation tonight, little passages. That was how I discovered that apparently John Silva is still his manager.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I didn't actually, I would have thought John Silva would be retired by now.
Same. Yeah. And it's like, I know it's been a few years, I guess now, since the Storyteller came out, but it's still a long time. He says that he's been his manager for a long time. He says the number of years. I don't remember now off the top of my head what it is, but a long time.
And John Silva is pretty adamant about it, about Kurt taking his own life.
Well, he was good buddies with Danny Goldberg.
Okay. Right. So I just wanted to remind everybody too that what people say publicly and what they say privately are often two different things. So, when we look at, we get emails all the time by people who, know people in the inner circle, et cetera. And we know that, like, for example, we know Francis and Kim, we know that they know it was a homicide. We believe Chris knows it was a homicide. We've been told Chris is, still afraid of Courtney, which I, again, of course, don't understand, because it's like, afraid of what? I mean, and it's like,
is she going to slug you from London?
And like, I think Dave, like, he's probably not afraid of Sam Lufty. Like, Dave has enough money and, he can protect himself. And it's like, like John was saying to me today, he's like, Michelle, not everybody believes in like morality, black and white in the way you do. And I don't believe in like pure morality in black and white. Of course, I like Robin Hood, who steals from the rich and gives to the poor. Of course, I would say, oh, you don't give a fuck if anybody, you want to burn down a Tesla factory. That's, you do you, man. I don't care. Yep. Listen, but I don't just like think, rights and wrongs, but there are two things that I just don't condone ever. And it's, of course, sexual assault and homicide. Now, a homicide, if you get in a fight with somebody at a bar and you don't mean to kill somebody, or if, genuinely, if someone is, if they're torturing you, like, and you have a restraining,
self-defense,
like self-defense, like a, in a domestic situation, I understand, but none of these things. And so,
premeditated is never.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, he's going like, well, you think that you have to like go out and go to the mat and like stand up for somebody publicly to have it be, that's the way you think. But maybe Dave and Chris, and like, maybe they don't think that way, even though they know. And it's like, right. But like, that means murderers are like running around just causing mayhem and hurting other people and murdering animals and like,
and that they're okay with sitting by silently and, for all intents and purposes, keeping a secret that protects those murderers.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's nothing about their silence that's protecting Kurt.
No. Oh no, definitely not.
I mean, it's protecting one little microcosm of people only, and that's themselves and the perpetrators. Period.
Yeah.
And I have tried really hard to come at this from an emotional angle, a psychological angle, and investigative angle, like all of those rolled into one.
Yep.
To try and like put myself into their shoes as best I can, obviously without actually knowing them personally.
Mm-hmm.
And I have theories of things that I think may be contributing factors or possibilities, but they're the only ones that know why they chose and continue to choose the way that they do.
Yeah.
And they both have very deliberate and specific responses to the way that they talk about his death.
Yeah, absolutely. I tend to like, obviously I've been watching clips about Dave, and prep for this. And I think, I genuinely think we have a better shot with Dave reading the science and going like, oh, okay. Like, why don't we at least check? I will never understand how the pushers of the original narrative don't go, okay, fine, just reopen it. Who cares? Like, it's not like the police aren't wasting money on plenty of stuff. So why don't we just put this to bed? Let somebody do a real investigation, and then we'll go away. Mark told the police that when we went in there. Mark Larson, he's like, give this to Rolf, who is the cold case detective. He's smart. He will not. I don't think he will lie to protect anyone. If he says it was self-inflicted, we'll go away.
Yeah.
Nope.
Because my thing with that is that it's like, why are you so against it being double checked?
Exactly.
Like, if you're so positive and so certain and believe so wholeheartedly that the facts and the information, that there is no possible, feasible, in any world way that it was anything but self-inflicted, why can we not verify that? Why can we not do a double check to make sure that you're correct?
Yeah.
And that there isn't this man whose life was stolen and his legacy and history and everything rewritten by the person that did it to him.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Like, it's unconscionable. It's, and again, like, if I died, I would want, him resting in peace, whatever. And even if I did take it, even if I was like, okay, I'm going to do this thing, and that's my right as a human being.
Yeah.
But if there was this controversy, and if I had, I was very public, if I made all this money off of people buying my art, I would understand that, like, of course, from the great beyond, but understand that, like, this is important to people. So yes, double check it. What the fuck? I don't care. Dig me up. Put me on display. I don't
Makes
care.
No difference.
Just, sort it out. Like, I don't understand how people, like, they love to go to this, like, oh, you're being disrespectful. It's like, you're fucking out of your mind. Like,
it's how they even get to that place.
I know.
That they think it's disrespectful. Like, it's out of respect and concern and consideration for him.
Yeah.
That
absolutely.
we want the truth to be known.
Yeah.
And cemented. Like, I'm to the point where, like, reopen the case. Prove us wrong.
Exactly.
I will
100%.
gladly publicly go on national television
and
apologize.
Yeah.
Courtney, I'll kiss her freaking ass. I don't care. Prove us wrong. If you can do that, That's my promise.
Yes.
I will kiss her ass.
And I will still punch her in the fucking face for the animal homicides once
Well,
you're done.
yeah,
doing
I mean,
that.
I'll
But
do that afterward. But
yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
But that'll be my way of apologizing
Exactly. Yes, that's perfect.
for being wrong about that one thing.
One thing. And then, I mean, then you would know that we all know that she abused him so tremendously that, like, I don't know, I always talk about how actually, like, mentally strong he was. Yes, he was sensitive.
yeah.
And yes, but I think people don't quite understand. And a lot of people out there who are highly sensitive, and you are really sensitive, but I tend to think really sensitive people are actually really like the stronger people because the torture, and I hate making this about myself, but I will for 1 second, the torture that I've been through for the past 2.5 years would send somebody else into a hospital, I would think. And somehow I don't even have a drinking problem. So yet.
I mean, I tell you
give it
all
till the
the
end
time,
of the year, but
I tell you all the time, you're one of the strongest people I've ever, like, I don't know really anybody else that could handle all that you have and still be sane like you are.
Partially. Thank you. But I mean, mostly, yes. But, it's really just like, so people, and I know that, like, I've taken the Elaine Aron test a million times, and I know that I'm a highly sensitive person, not an empath, but, just like, and physically, I like, I physically, I have lupus, and so my skin freaks out about stuff, and I'm just like very weirdly sensitive. But I've gotten through the, the torture, and I do mean that genuinely, the daily torture. And I'm still here, and I still get up and fight for this shit every fucking day. So I know that if I can do it, that as a sensitive person, that other sensitive people probably do the exact same thing, like you and like everybody that is highly sensitive. And that's what people, everybody knows Kurt was that. And I guarantee you, he did fucking get through it somehow. And he was going through torture that is from that vile, just deplorable piece of shit. Imagine living with that for 2.5 years. The torture it inflicted on him.
Amount of mental and I don't mean this as like a criticism, but the amount of mental gymnastics he would have to walk himself through on a daily basis to cope with that.
Mm-hmm.
Because one of the things that really is a huge pet peeve of mine, like it really just genuinely gets under my skin, is the people that claim that there's no way it was homicide because she couldn't have done that because he defended her all the time. He loved her. He always came to her defense and said all of these kind of things. Have you never seen somebody in an abusive relationship defend
so common
vehemently and adamantly and consistently defend their abuser
to
everybody? They all do it, every single one of them, until they reach their breaking point and they decide they're ready to leave.
And that's exactly right. And and he had reached that, I think about 2 months probably prior to his death, which is why we now see, again, tells her he's going to divorce her, ends up in a coma. Tells her he's going to divorce her, ends up dead. Like, what is actually happening here where people don't make that correlation, and they're just like, they don't understand it. It's wild
collective
to me.
recall, maybe.
And they don't even bother looking. And then the other one is like, sorry, I want to read something, then we'll get to Dave. But, the other thing is like, well, she saved his life a bunch of times from overdosing, so why would she kill him? Prove to me that she saved his life, first of all. I want receipts, because I don't know. But also, he didn't tell her he was divorcing her a year and a half prior to that when she allegedly saved his life.
She was still his meal ticket at those
She was still his meal ticket. And the other interesting thing is that every single time he was found, he had the needle in his arm when she saved him. So think
I also
about
just
that.
realized I said it backwards. He was still her meal ticket.
Oh, and I didn't even notice. We are on it.
We were
today.
passionate. We were passionate and just saying it. Okay.
So I just want to read this quick thing about. Oh, sorry. Did you have something to add to that part?
No, sorry. Go on, because I could go on forever.
Yeah,
Please.
I mean, and so this would be a good live conversation, because then we could have our subscribers come in and chime in too. But so again, I just wanted to talk about what people say publicly, what they say privately are obviously two very different things when they're public people. Like Rachel and I were saying, like, we'll just tell any. There's something like so Gen X too about being like very authentic and like not telling people the truth. Like, it feels icky to me to just like to not do that. But sometimes you can't say how you feel about certain things because, if you're like, if I feel a certain way politically, or if I feel a certain way about something, like, I can't say that, because then what if the opposite is like, well, then fuck her. I don't care about Kurt because she thinks this. And it's like, oh, could we not? Like, because trust me, we both want the same thing. We both just want justice for Kurt. And I change my opinion every day too. So it's like, if I say, oh, this one day I feel this, and then this other day I feel this next way, but it's very hard. Like, I think you're a very young Gen Xer. You're like I've invited you into our, to our very misanthropic party.
Generation. Yeah.
Yes. But so it's weird to see people like Dave and Chris, not being perfectly authentic live, but public people can't or won't do that for whatever reason. But so this was on my Substack the other day. I'd written something about, of course, Courtney, and talking about how she shouldn't be speaking for Kurt. And somebody named Barbara, this is posted publicly, so I don't think there are any issues with me reading it. Hi, Michelle. Nice to meet you. I didn't know Kurt personally, but we represented Nirvana and Kurt's estate, and I started after his death by a few years. Most of what I know is highly confidential. I chimed in here about your death as it's pretty much common knowledge by anyone privy to the details that his death was not a suicide. I also had dealings with Courtney professionally before she even knew Kurt, so I've got a lot of combined knowledge most would not. That being said, for years, if anyone thought his death was a suicide, I tell them to watch Kurt and Courtney, as it speaks for itself. Most people are not aware of it. I'm so glad you're bringing details to light. And so again, this is somebody who we get these emails and messages all the time. I don't have any recordings. There's nothing that we can go, well, so-and-so said at this time. And, if we don't have receipts, we don't bring it. But
right,
everyone in the inner circle knows it was a homicide. And
oh yeah.
So Dave knows, Chris knows. And yeah.
Well,
and I think Dave Dave talks about it in a sort of interesting way. So,
well, that's what I was just about to say. Like, obviously from the way that he talks about it alone, you can't be like, oh, see, that proves it. He knows.
Yeah.
But when you combine the very specific way that he, with extreme consistency, talks about Kurt's death and the aftermath and his feelings and all of that, in combination with everything else that we know about his relationships with people, the things that he has said, the things that he has done, etc., in addition to the things that people have told us, I think that paints a pretty clear picture of how he's at the very least leaning very heavily, if not knows for certain.
Yeah, exactly. So let's get into it. Let's find out who's Dave. I really want to know more about who he was. Just, give us a quick rundown, and then we can talk about the clips we've watched, what he said about Kurt's death, and get into that a little.
Beautiful. Okay, so my quick little micro biography of Dave Grohl. He was born January 14th, 1969 in Warren, Ohio, which I did not realize that he was Ohio born.
Oh,
and Warren, Ohio is like 2 hours north of me. It's like Columbus area.
Okay, yeah.
He only lived there though till he was about 3, and then they moved down to Virginia.
Okay.
His mom was a school teacher. His dad worked at a newspaper. He was a news writer, and very, I believe later he was also involved with like a senator. So he was very conservative, right wing, and political, whereas his mom was very liberal, left leaning.
Okay, interesting.
His parents got divorced when he was 6. He's also got a sister that's 3 years older named Lisa. After his parents split up, he stayed with his mom.
Right. So he grew up in a very female house.
Yes, very strong and powerful. And he speaks very, very highly of his mother.
Yeah,
how strong and smart and wonderful and incredible she is. And his sister, honestly, too, not to the same extent. He talks about his mom a lot more, but he has nothing but great things to say about his sister as well. He also kind of partially credits her, as well as his cousin primarily, for introducing him and helping him get involved in punk rock.
Oh, cool. Because his mom, didn't his mom, like, what was it?
Him and his sister flew out to visit their cousin in Illinois. I can't remember, Rockford maybe? It was Illinois.
Okay.
That part I know. And she was really like, they hadn't seen her in a while, and all of a sudden she's like this punk rock goddess. She's got the vibe and the image and the music and the whole nine.
Awesome.
And so she kind of inundated them and introduced them to all of this heavier music. And then by the time he was 17, he was in his first major band, Scream.
Oh, cool.
He was in Scream from 1986 to 1990. So that's even longer than he was in Nirvana. And then I think most people know this already, but he immediately left Scream and basically joined Nirvana because it was like Scream broke up. He was left abandoned in Los Angeles and had already kind of briefly met, or at least seen Nirvana play. He was familiar with them and had befriended Buzz Osborne and the Melvins. And so he reached out to Buzz and basically gave him his predicament, what was going on. And Buzz said, well, actually, I know that Nirvana's looking for a drummer. And so he gave Dave their phone numbers and they ended up talking. Chris called, asked him some, initial questions or whatever. And he ended up flying up to Seattle, and Kurt and Chris picked him up from the airport. And, the rest is kind of history.
Yeah.
But I know initially he lived with Chris and Shelley for like a month or 2. And then from there, he moved in with Kurt at the Pear Street house.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's where they did like the water balloons and stuff.
Famous water balloon story. Yeah.
Yep. And there's in Come As You Are, there's a quote where he talks about how they basically lived in squalor. And would just kind of sit there and they wouldn't really talk. They would just kind of sit in the same room and do their own thing.
Oh, okay.
Like read or listen to music or write music, whatever. And then it wasn't really until they'd be like, "Are you hungry?" Yeah. And then that was it. And then they would go eat and then come back. And but also like Dave kind of helped pull Kurt out of his shell a little bit, I think. Because numerous people commented on how much more social Kurt was after Dave started living there with him. So I think he suddenly felt more comfortable. Maybe that would be my interpretation anyway. But because I mean, he'd lived in Olympia for a while by then. So I don't think it was just Olympia alone. I think it was something to do with Dave's, I don't know, energy, aura, whatever, that kind of helped push him to be a little bit more out there, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Dave seems like sort of, very extroverted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's very, I think he calls himself kind of like a party guy, or at least he was.
Wow.
And at that point he was 17 and Scream, would have been like 21
Oh yeah.
ish at this point. So I know him and Kurt initially were not super close, and then I think they got reasonably close, and then that kind of,
Yeah, as Courtney separated him from anyone who cared about him. Yeah.
yeah. And Dave, the times that he does kind of go into it, he seems to have two approaches to how he describes the reasoning for that, and that's either that there was the drug people and the
Yeah.
not drug people, and that they didn't combine, and he was not a drug person, or that things had just gotten weird and they had just kind of grown apart, and that things were tense, and that basically there was nothing he could do, that he was powerless to whatever was happening, and he's actually said that last bit numerous times, like that that there was weird stuff going on, and that it was just kind of like he was powerless. Everybody was powerless to do anything about it. That like that's something had been set up that was just going to play out as it was going to play out, and nobody could do anything about it. Which I think is kind of a cop out, my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Because if you know things are tense and weird and something is wrong, with somebody that you care about, you don't just sit there and let it play out. You try to help.
Yeah.
Especially if you know there's heavy drugs involved. But I also know that Chris and Dave, that wasn't their scene. So and Chris in particular, I know was really angry at him, very, very judgmental.
Yeah, definitely.
Whereas Dave, I think, was less so. Like he obviously he didn't like embrace it or anything, but he was not nasty and critical and judgmental and really harsh to Kurt about it the same way that Chris was.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And there's also the weird Courtney of it all, because I feel like most people probably know this, but like one of the initial, I guess, introductions supposedly between Courtney and Kurt was via Dave, that they supposedly.
I know there's so many different fucking stories about how Kurt and Courtney met. Yeah. I mean, stalking. We know that much, that she was stalking him. Yeah.
Without a doubt, that's factual. But supposedly towards the end of 1990, I believe it was December of 1990, Dave was dating Jennifer Finch, who was a good friend at that point in time of Courtney Love, and so the two of them ended up meeting. And Dave at that point would have already been in Nirvana. Fairly recently, but he would have been in Nirvana, and Courtney divulged to him that she had a crush on Kurt, and he told her that Kurt liked her too, and she supposedly didn't believe it, but gave Dave a heart-shaped box full of knickknacks and little treats and presents or whatever to give to Kurt. And she claims, I don't either, because the final bit of that whole story is that Courtney claims that if she had remembered that Kurt had rejected her after that, she never would have pursued him again. Like she would forget that somebody she was going after rejected her.
Indeed.
Outright.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Don't buy that for a second.
No. But what about the thing where she met him after Billy rejected her because his girlfriend was there? What about that story?
That's a really it's a really good question, because just in the book Come As You Are alone, there's like at least three different,
and they don't
meetings
go like, do they say in the book like, we have no idea what to tell you because everything that comes out of her hideous mouth is like vomit or a lie?
No,
it's
Michael
like,
Azarad
lies.
Michael Azarad basically says that the first time she saw Kurt was at, I think it was the Satyricon in 1989. I don't know that I buy that. And then they supposedly met again in 1990, and that's when supposedly that was the meeting where Kurt was like, I probably wanted to fuck her that night, but she left. That whole story. And then there is the 1991, it would have been May of 1991, where she flirted with him by punching him in the stomach.
That's great.
Yeah. And then like Kurt rejected her again, stood her up. That was when she started pursuing him. He stood her up, wouldn't answer her phone calls, would like agree to dates when he did talk to her and then not go and not answer her calls, things like that. Then she was dating Billy Corgan that summer. And then all of a sudden she's flirting with Kurt again at, what festival was that? Was that Reading? Or I want to say it was Reading because it was overseas. But because she made some joke about like, I hope you get fucked tonight because he left with two girls or whatever. And but she was there with Billy Corgan. And then next thing you know, like the end of that year, they're together.
And I will also add that I have it on very good authority that after he slept with her, he was tremendously embarrassed and said that he had had sex with a gross junkie girl and said it was nothing. And then somehow she got her vile hooks into him and continued to perpetrate the bullshit that, he couldn't resist her, whatever. But so
Dave supposedly had a hand in.
I hope he feels good about that.
I hope he does too.
Dave, come on.
Because he says outright in Come As You Are that basically how entertaining Courtney was, that she was somebody that you could call and just sit and talk to for 3 hours, and what a wealth of information she is, et cetera, et cetera. So I always felt like she used Dave as a means to try and make a good impression on him to get to Kurt.
Right.
And granted, that's my opinion, but that's very much the way that it looks to me, because as soon as she got Kurt, it was like Dave didn't exist anymore. Suddenly they weren't buddies. So,
and Dave didn't go to the wedding, right? No, Chris, Dave did go. What am I talking about?
Dave did go. Yeah.
Okay.
Chris didn't go. Chris and
death of Kurt Cobain. I believe that I found some interesting information regarding the death of Kurt Cobain that has never been covered in this way before. Being a huge Nirvana and Kurt Cobain fan, I have researched this topic ad nauseum. Not only that, but I have something interesting that not very many people have. I have inside information from Geffen Records from the 1990s, which is the label that Kurt Cobain was signed to when he died. I think I have been able to piece together certain parts of this puzzle that answers questions we didn't even really know that we had in the first place. In February, new information came forward from independent forensic reports stating that the death of Kurt Cobain was actually a homicide. Now, Seattle PD says that they are not going to reopen the case and they're leaving it as is. But this has sparked a new interest in the case overall. And as somebody who feels slightly responsible for invigorating discussions regarding Courtney Love and her potential involvement in the death of Kurt Cobain, I have decided to do more investigating to kind of get some answers for us. I had several reels go pretty viral, amassing millions and millions of views and bringing a ton of new attention to this topic. One of these topics in particular was connecting Courtney Love to the Grateful Dead, which is something not many people knew of. Not many people knew that Courtney Love's father, Hank Harrison, was a manager for the Grateful Dead, and that Courtney Love is even featured on the backside of one of the Grateful Dead albums. The image is of her as a child. Now, Courtney Love sort of started doing this very weird thing amidst all of this kind of new attention and resurfacing of these events. One of the things she did was she reached out to Candace Owens and started talking to Candace about how she was involved in all of these various things that were kind of Fed adjacent, and Candace kind of like started covering for her in a very peculiar way. Now, I have covered that in past videos, and that is not the subject of inquiry today, but I think there is a bit of a guilty conscience here and a need to feel like she needs to sort of cover up and do some shrouding for some things that may be coming in the future, like potentially something like this video. For those of you unfamiliar, I have broken this down in the past, and I have tons of videos on my Patreon and my YouTube explaining this stuff. But for now, what we're going to do is I'm going to do a brief breakdown of all of that information so you can have it for this video because it is vital. Long story short, Courtney Love was directly involved with 3-letter agencies. She was used as sort of a sex kitten and as a drug trafficker, introducing new drugs to different scenes. Scenes like the grunge scene, as well as scenes like the punk scene. For her involvement with Prince Andrew and Jeffrey Epstein that came out and that was revealed with the release of the Epstein files. Now, I'm not going to play this reel from Candace because I don't think that Courtney Love needs any more covering up than she already has. But in this video, basically, Candace Owens is running game for Courtney Love. Now, in 2024, Courtney Love started discussing how Prince Andrew showed up at her door one time trying to party. The way she goes about discussing this is as if she is giving some sort of inside information to Prince Andrew. This comes after her claiming she had never met Prince Andrew. This also comes after her covering up, trying to say she only met Prince Andrew this one time. This contradicts an interview she did in 2006 with Russell Brand, where she brags about hanging out with Prince Andrew. Here is the statement that she made when she said that she met Prince Andrew before it was released that Prince Andrew was associated with Epstein. She stated, "Prince Andrew once came over for some tea with some friends, and that's it. The rest is made up fabrications and gossip." After Prince Andrew's association with Epstein then came out, she then changed her story, stating she had met him one time and that he called her up at 1 a.m. to party. Now, this gets even more interesting because this actually completely negates what she had stated previously on a Russell Brand interview when she states that she had hung out with him multiple times and that they had partied several times. Here are 2 photos of Courtney Love with Prince Andrew in different situations. One in which she is introducing him to a child. Prince Andrew obviously abused female children. This also comes out after her 2020 tweet where she claims she did not know Jeffrey Epstein and that it's very weird that she's mentioned in his little black book. Not only is she mentioned, there's a square around her name, indicating she is a person of importance. In fact, Courtney Love's name is the only one that is circled or squared in all of Epstein's black book. She's clearly important. And there are Reddit threads deducing and investigating the fact that there is actually a code name for her in the Epstein files, and she is known as Dana. Now, that was probably kind of confusing. That was my point. Courtney Love tells whoever she is speaking to whatever they want to hear about her, because Courtney Love has somehow claimed to have never met Prince Andrew, only met him one time, and also met him several times and had a ton of fun with him, depending on the person she is speaking to. She also claims to have never met Epstein, while is also the only person who has emphasis next to her name in all of his little black book, whilst also being referenced in the Epstein files via a code name that has been so easily deduced that Reddit figured it out. So it is safe to say something is going on with Courtney Love. Something strange, and she is involved with people who traffic and abuse children. At the very least, is involved with these people and is on the kind of terms with them in which there are photos of her introducing these people to children. So my working theory is that Courtney Love was trafficking children, for legality's sake, allegedly. The reason she went to Candace Owens was to try to get ahead of someone piecing something together like that in this video. Now, those are not the only strange connections that Courtney Love has. Earlier, I mentioned Courtney Love's father. His name is Hank Harrison. Hank Harrison used to manage the Grateful Dead before the Grateful Dead was the Grateful Dead. Prior to them going by the name the Grateful Dead, they went by a name called the Warlocks. And while they were the Warlocks, they used to perform on rose petals. They would have rose petals all over the stage. This was an allusion to them being Rosicrucians and practicing Rosicrucian magic. Rosicrucianism is a 17th century European spiritual and esoteric movement based on Hermeticism, Jewish mysticism, and Christian Gnosticism. Now, the Hermetic principles are essentially these ideas that make up a ton and just an immense amount of occult practices. One of these being alchemy, which I have a video coming out on in the next few days about how Coachella is essentially one massive alchemical process and ritual. But the point I'm trying to highlight here is that the basis of many, I would say 99% of Western occultism is based off of the foundations of Jewish mysticism. The occult is interlaced in every single aspect of the Western military and government. And as we're going to see, it gets much deeper than even this. So we have Courtney Love, who ends up married to Kurt Cobain. We have Courtney Love's father saying that she was a part of Cobain's death and that she murdered him because of financial reasons. Now, that we're going to talk about in a moment. The whole point of this is to establish there are very deep federal ties around Kurt Cobain. Now we have even introduced the idea that Dave Grohl could potentially be a Fed because his father wrote speeches for Ronald Reagan. Now, Dave Grohl is similar to another artist who was steeped in the DC punk scene, Henry Rollins. Henry Rollins was not the original member of Black Flag. He was not the original singer, much like how Dave Grohl was not the original drummer of Nirvana. Dave Grohl was introduced to Nirvana after the original drummer of Nirvana is kicked out by Kurt Cobain. King Buzzo of a band called the Melvins, who was a part of the grunge scene as well, introduces Dave Grohl into Nirvana. Now, here are some points of contention. King Buzzo has problems with Kurt Cobain and has disdain for him. I believe that he was introduced sort of begrudgingly and as a kind of slight by King Buzzo because he's kind of jealous of Cobain's success. There was a lot of contention there. King Buzzo has done several interviews. I'm not going to include them in this video because I've included them on my Patreon, where he discusses his disdain for Kurt. Whether or not this is entirely the case is interesting, right? Dave Grohl is definitely introduced into Nirvana, in my opinion, as a Fed who is supposed to be a handler. I believe that's exactly what Henry Rollins was introduced to do with Black Flag. Henry Rollins' father was associated with another president, Richard Nixon. In 1971, after a ton of oil issues and oil crises that went on involving Israel in the Middle East, we went off of the gold standard. Henry Rollins had his quote-unquote best friend and potentially gay lover murdered in Henry Rollins' presence. And he died under very mysterious circumstances, kind of in relational circumstances to what happened with Kurt and Courtney. Henry Rollins and his friend Joe were walking back from the Whiskey A Go-Go while they lived together in Venice Beach, California. Suddenly, a man appeared and he murdered the person Henry Rollins was with. Here's where this gets even more strange. People believe this is because Rick Rubin had parked his Rolls Royce in front of Rollins' house several days before. And potentially the person who was trying to rob Henry Rollins saw that and knew that Rollins was worth a lot of money. Henry Rollins then took a jar of dirt and put the blood of his friend inside of that jar of dirt, and he now sleeps with his friend's brains next to him to this day. It is also rumored that he was coming back from a meeting with Courtney Love with Joel when this happened. This is where the theory sort of begins to really emulsify. I feel like Kurt started to figure some things out about the nature of the music industry, about who would potentially profit off of them, who these people really are, and what they really believe. At this time is when I looked into Kurt's alleged best friend. Because if all of these people are surrounding Kurt and they all have ties to feds, his best friend has to be someone who doesn't, right? Wrong. Who I found, actually, who is apparently and was allegedly Kurt's best friend, he has ties to the Department of Defense, actually. This is Dylan Carlson. Dylan Carlson and Kurt Cobain go way back, all the way back to Kurt's time in Aberdeen. If you know anything about Aberdeen, Aberdeen is the small town Kurt is from. Grunge really got its start in Seattle, but it was perfected in Aberdeen, Washington, where Kurt Cobain is from. In fact, Kurt had a ton of issues with people thinking he was from Seattle because Kurt was always seen as an outsider. And one of the people that was always standing on the outside with Kurt was his good friend Dylan. They both felt alienated in the dead-end town that was Aberdeen. And as they got older, they drifted further and further into music. While Kurt formed Nirvana, Dylan ended up founding a drone metal band called Earth. Dylan was insanely successful, as was Kurt. And this is where the story gets really, really dark, because they were such good friends that the last thing, according to mainstream sources, that Kurt Cobain ever interacted with was a gun. This gun was bought by Dylan Carlson. So the gun that was used to kill Kurt Cobain was bought by his best friend, Dylan Carlson. And if all those things I pointed out before weren't enough, this is where it gets even stranger. Dylan Carlson's father worked for the Department of Defense, and he was the child of the military-industrial complex. So even the person closest to Kurt outside of Courtney was a Fed's child. This goes to show that every single person close to Kurt Cobain had ties to the federal government, even down to his best friend from childhood. This is where we start to get into the why. Why would Kurt be a person who was seemingly potentially targeted since his childhood? This is weird, and this is where the explanations, where occult ideologies have to start becoming relevant. The people who benefited financially from Kurt's death were two people in particular. We have David Geffen as well as Zachary Horowitz. David Geffen is the owner of Geffen Records, and he is the individual who got Nirvana off of Sub Pop Records. Once Nirvana left Sub Pop Records is when Dave Grohl entered the picture, and Dave Grohl became one of the handlers of Kurt Cobain. So that way they could always have an eye on Kurt, and Dave could always be in the mix musically, having that federal connection. Where this gets even crazier is the fact that David Geffen also had ties not only to Courtney Love, because David Geffen was roommates with Courtney Love's father, Hank Harrison, but also had connections with none other than Jeffrey Epstein. And here is where the cookie begins to crumble, because at this time is when Courtney was introduced to Nirvana as well. So we have grunge music beginning to swell. Kurt's influence is beginning to really grow. The egregorical little g god that is grunge is starting to grow and swell. The people have begun to choose their prophet as Kurt Cobain. His power is rising immensely. So they introduce Dave Grohl to keep a handle on Kurt while they're in rehearsals and they're doing their shows and doing everything else. Courtney Love is then injected, and she is already a Fed and a drug and potentially human trafficker that is in with